Good morning, everyone. Hi. Hello, hello. I just am going to do one last audio check once the stream catches up to me. Make sure that is also. I just am going to do one last. Okay, I think that this is again like the best I'm going to get. Been struggling with the audio a little bit today, but hello everyone. I am Rebecca from ChemKnits. I am a yarn dyer, a fiber artist, and today we're gonna dye a lot of rainbow colors on yarn and fiber, maybe even sock blanks, while raising money for the Trevor Project. So the Trevor Project, and you can donate either directly through the website, I have it linked in my video description, or you can donate through YouTube. If you're in the chat, there's like a little heart where you might see a widget with a button to donate, and YouTube will cover the transaction fees, the payment processing fees, if you donate through YouTube, and they'll give the money directly to the Trevor Project. But it's an organization that provides support and crisis intervention for LGBTQ youth. And this is something that is really, really important to me, and I like to do this fundraiser every year to honor and support Pride Month, but also because I think that it's really important that people know that this resource is available. And they also do things to foster communities between youth. You can find someone to talk to. And I think there's options to call, to text, to chat through the website, and so there's many different ways that people can reach out and just have someone to talk to, because that's really, really important. And I'll save getting emotional about this for later on, but yeah, and I guess I need to come up with like a goal too. I see that I think last year we raised around $600, and I would really love to top that. But we'll see where we are. And actually, I am going to do a donation right now. And so if you donate, you can choose, when you go and donate now, you can choose an amount, but you can also decide to, oh, Terry, thank you so much for your donation. Your donation may pop up in the chat like Terry's just did, or you can choose to not show your name and your donation amount, and it can be completely anonymous as well, so you don't have to share. I am very excited that I can donate through the back end. Hee. I just have to remember. I'm like, I don't want to remember our YouTube purchases on all devices. So I just donated $50, and I think if we pass, gosh, let's say if we pass $300 total on the stream, I'll donate another $100. Okay, so how is that for a initial goal? And I'm going to write that down so that way I remember. And you guys can all let me know, because I maybe can't see the total while streaming. Oh, that's not where I was going to go. I need to get a pen. Of course I lost my pen. Okay. Okay, if we I do have a gorgeous rainbow dress that I'm not wearing in case I never get dye on my clothes, but I don't want to get dye on my clothes. If we hit 300, then I'll donate another. And just for transparency, $100 is more than I will make in ad revenue off of this video. So, I mean, unless it goes viral, in which case then I can up things way, way more. And Anonymous, thank you so much for your $20 donation. Oh yeah, my curtain, this is leftover from Mother's Day, I think. And so I brought it in here because, yes, I mean, I have to start decorating for Father's Day too. All right, so what do I have planned in terms of yarn and materials and things for today? I have some special roving. I have a box here. I could do some unboxing, and so actually I think I have more of the roving I'm dyeing in this box off to the side, and so then I could pull that out. I have some non-superwash yarn. Gosh, I think, okay, so you know, all right, I've got this bin with more yarn, but also when I have yarn that I don't normally use, I have a baggie where I save all the labels. Okay, so the thing we're going to dye first is some sparkle roving. It's the Island of Lights roving from Knit Picks that is 80% merino, 20% stellina. But I would say that this 20% stellina is not as dense as like the no longer available silvery sock, which was also 20%, but I think that when you have stellina in, there's some clear acrylic or something as well. All right, I have Simply Bulky Soft, which is a super bulky yarn that I wear all the time because it's in my favorite hat. This one is 70% superwash wool, 30% alpaca. I forgot that was superwash, so that's good to know. But then I have Whoopsland in white and gray pre-soaked. This is 80% merino wool, 20% alpaca, and I'll try to bring this up when we bring out the relevant yarns. But I have a plan already for the roving. And then depending on what's left, I have some ideas of what I'm going to do with like the Whoopsland, but everything is in flux. I have a lot of different rainbow colors. We'll be using acid dyes, and all the yarn today is primarily wool based. And so I have like deep moody colors, more classic Crayola, fluorescent, a more muted, not muted, but like using mint instead of green, and like a sunflower yellow, like a less bright yellow. Carla, thank you so much for donating $25. Thank you, thank you. And if I miss donations when I'm up at the counter, I will come back and try to give thank yous for that. So please remind me when I come back and sit back down at the rainbow. Yeah, I think that my plan with the Whoopsland is to dye it in shoe boxes, but not in the super blended way, in more of just using it as a vessel way. But I will talk about that when we get there. Let's see. Any other things that are important? I guess I'm going to go up to the counter. Oh, thank you. I had planned to do like a more full rainbow gradient, but the nail polish still looked good, and then I forgot, and it was too late at night to change it to like, but it's like part of a rainbow. All right, let's go up to the counter. Or actually, nope, that's not where I wanted to go. Okay, so here on the counter over there, I have some of that roving. I have 200 grams of this roving that has merino wool and stellina. It is non-superwash. In this covered container right here, I have some neon fluorescent acid dyes that are actually, the powders are in cups. It is left over from when I was dyeing the neon rainbow yarn mops for the spring mini skein mini series. And actually, I can show, I won't show. But I do still have some of those yarn mops available in my shop. What was I saying? And so I don't want to yarn mop the roving super aggressively. Oh, Anonymous, thank you for donating $20. Thank you so much. I don't want to aggressively rub my gloves onto the fiber, but I thought that we can have my damp gloves go into the rainbow colors, add little dots. If I need to pull out more dye, we can pull out more dye, and then depending on how much dye or pigment is left in these cups, that may determine what we do with these colors moving on. I think that there's way more Caribbean blue than anything else, but we're going to play and see where that takes us. Now, my one concern with starting with, I guess I can talk about my concern with starting with roving when I'm up there. Alyssa, thank you so much for donating $5. And Erin, thank you for donating $50. Thank you guys so much for supporting the Trevor Project. Oh my gosh, you guys were doing amazing. This is fantastic. This, like, I am so thankful. Oh my gosh. But so like I think the total just updated. I think we're at 188, but I could be wrong. I was like, the total I was seeing did not match what I was seeing you guys do. But my concern with the roving is that when I steam set roving, I like to make sure it's completely cool before I remove it from the steamer basket, because I don't like to move around hot unspun fibers very much. But that isn't conducive for me dyeing a bunch of stuff and using my steamer basket over and over today. So my plan is to dye the fiber and then pop it in a shoebox to set aside until the end of the day, and then I'll steam set it at the end of the day, versus even doing like a cool process or anything like that. But don't worry, I'm going to talk about everything. The other thing I'm going to say before we get started is that I am dyeing with commercial dyes here in my kitchen at home. I have my counter protected with a shower curtain. I find that this works really well to keep both from staining the counter, but also to just keep from getting non-food safe dyes on the counter. All of the tools and equipment that I'm using are dedicated for dyeing yarn and are not also used for the preparation of food. I would say the only exception is probably the kitchen sink, where I do wash and rinse out my tools, but we have also already in our family sort of a policy of anything that touches the kitchen sink is really dirty and needs to get washed because of like bacteria and things anyway. So yeah, you're gonna try some cornstarch with me this morning. Ooh, yeah, I'm very curious about how that's gonna go. All right, I'm gonna hop up now. There we go. And whenever I swap, I'm quiet now, probably because I'm still sitting. All right, so things to remind me when I'm sitting down are to hydrate and potentially to stretch. Okay, so whenever I'm dealing with the dry dye powders specifically, whenever I'm dealing with dyes, I will be putting on gloves. I wear nitrile gloves. I'm going to be wearing safety glasses. But whenever I'm dealing with dry dye powders, I will be putting on my deluxe rubber respirator mask and safety glasses. I'm already wearing the safety glasses. Okay, these are my favorite safety glasses. Oh, and I can't see myself. These are my favorite safety glasses. I think I got them on Amazon. I have another pair, but it's scratched. Although they're definitely not as clear as they should be. I need to clean them. This is the respirator mask I wear. It is a half matte, like I think like a half face rubber respirator mask with P100 filters that I replace every so often. This isn't a mask for vapors, but like a good dust mask or particle mask is what you want, just so that way you don't inhale anything into your lungs. And I should have everything that I'm using in general or specifically linked down in the video description if you're curious. Oh, but I can't see the chat. Okay, and again, if you have any questions about the dyeing process, please let me know. Other things that I have around here is I have prepped for today. I have this whole nice bucket of guar gum solution. Guar gum is a thickener that you can use with acid dyes to make the dyes behave a little bit more like paint. So rather than if you add the dye onto the yarn, it's sort of wicking through and spreading through the fibers. It allows you to get more sharp color transitions, which we can do if we want to make maybe we'll paint something on a stock blank. Maybe we'll make some like rainbow pops on a colorway. I have not yet decided, but we have that just in case we want to use it. And the ratio that I used today was 1/4 teaspoon of guar gum per cup of water. So when I was mixing it, I did a 1/2 teaspoon of guar gum with 2 cups of water. And I think, oh, well, we're not quite ready. Because I pre-soaked this fiber overnight, and unfortunately I don't think you can appreciate just how sparkly it is. Oh, she's sparkly. But my basin, and I don't know the volume of water that these basins hold. I don't think that the label even said. But if a shoebox holds, I guess it says on the label it's 6 quarts or 5.7 liters. I'm estimating that maybe this would hold like 8 liters. Or so, potentially, but maybe I would say there's between 8 to 16 cups of water in here. But the more you dye yarn, the more you get a feel for how much acid you might need. But I haven't dyed this particular fiber before. All right, I'm adding 4 tablespoons of white vinegar. And I recently got a question about why I use vinegar instead of citric acid for dyeing yarn. And the big reason for it is that it's a habit. I started out my yarn dyeing journey dyeing with vinegar. Okay, technically I started with Kool-Aid, but then, and the Kool-Aid had citric acid in it, but I started with vinegar, and so that's just what I use. Okay, so that's just gonna sit for a moment. I wonder how cloudy it is. So sometimes with some yarns that you pre-soak, there's other stuff that gets washed out of the fiber when you pre-soak with it. And so then I may not want to use that as a dye bath. I'm using over and over and over again. Oh, that was unintelligent. I'm going to make a second something or other, a second rinse bath. And so I may not want to reuse this for other yarn, just it'll depend on how cloudy it is. But I don't want to put yarn in here with this right now because I don't want to agitate the fiber too much. But I want to make sure I have a yarn mop on hand for today. And so a yarn mop, oh, and the vinegar I use is 5% acetic acid, I think. Yeah, 5% acetic acid. A yarn mop is a bonus skein of yarn that I use to wipe off any dye that could be on my gloves, on the counter, and we can create some really fun blended colorways that way. And so while I'm planning on basically finger painting this roving with my gloved hands, sometimes when I want to switch between colors, there may be more dye on my hands than I want to put on the fiber. So I may then use this extra skein find one. Oh, ha! I also pre-soaked mini skeins. D. Okay, D is stroll. This is a skein of Knit Picks Stroll fingering weight yarn. It is 75% superwash merino wool, 25% nylon. And I do have links and affiliate links to everything down in the video description. And so I may earn a commission if you make a purchase through one of those links. And please let me know if the volume is okay. I think part of the issue, especially if I'm far away, is that the camera is pointing sort of down and right here. And it doesn't, the microphone doesn't pick up things from much farther away. So our yarn mop, which we may use throughout the entire process today. And I do have a second tripod set up, so that way I have words. Okay, this dye bath I'm going to save, and we'll be using it again if we want to soak something in acid. Because I already added acid, right? Or did I not add acid to it? Oh my goodness. I'm smelling the yarn and I can't tell now. I think I added acid. So I need to go check the instant replay. Oh my gosh. Oh, hopefully I can find it. Okay. Wait. Settings. Playback speed. Okay, I added acid. I see myself holding the acid next to the container and I've now moved it. Yes, I added acid. You know, sometimes having an instant replay can be really, really handy. And oftentimes, I do have a notebook where I keep track of things, but I have a notebook like that I call my diary right over here. But I do keep verbal, it's like dictation, right? I'll keep verbal notes in my videos, but then as I'm editing, I'll write down those notes, and I keep those notes in the video description. So most of my videos will have like chapter timestamps, and then but if you go into the description, underneath where I have those timestamps, I'll write down the amount of vinegar and any measurements and things too. Oh my goodness. Okay, I should stand back up now, but it's so cozy here. Okay, I'm gonna hydrate. I have 2 giant water bottles today. One with water and the other with caffeine. And I think it's now obvious which one is which. Okay. I know other streamers have these cool like buttons that they can push that'll like that'll transfer between like the different scenes and stuff. But since I'm in my kitchen and on the floor, this works. Okay, I'm gonna go set these dyes aside. And there's not, I don't know if you'll be able to see in a minute, there's not that much of each color in there, but with a lot of dyes, a little bit goes a really long way. All right, so you'll notice that I said I pre-soaked this fiber overnight, but I only added acid very briefly. And that's because it doesn't take very long to change the pH of something as long as it's distributed. Now I am squeezing out a lot of water. Some water we want because we're going to want the dyes to dissolve where I place it. But now as I am gently squeezing this, you can see this color in the water. And I don't know, I mean, there's no soap, so I don't know if it's oils, if it's dirt, what it is. And I don't know if it could affect the dyeing process. I mean, in theory, if there are proteins in here, and you can see like my hands are much less visible. If there's proteins in here, then maybe some dyes could bind to that and then like not the yarn. But I don't think that ever really happens, and that having something that is cloudy is a reason for something not working the way you thought. Now, I don't scour my yarn or fiber before I dye with it. Scouring is washing with soap to remove oils and things. If you want more even color coverage, that is something you can do that would be really, really helpful. But this is why I'm not going to keep this water for more pre-soaking. Now, if it were, but the other, where the yarn mop is still clear. So I find that like superwash yarns don't usually have any issue. Okay, now I'm going to want to lay out the fiber on the counter. And since we're going for random color placement and progressions and not worrying about things repeating, I am therefore unconcerned. Do I want to film this? I mean, I'm filming it with you, but the question is, do I want to film it for, and I'll want to watch where I'm placed versus where the camera is to move it so you guys can see well. I may want to film it, but I guess I don't need to film laying out the fibers, but let's check and see. Okay, I need to move it closer to me, so it's on camera for you. So, because I want to film things for two reasons. One, I will have a recap with the finished dried yarn. It might be sometime in July with the way that the like end of the school year and stuff is going. But at some point that will happen. that will happen someday. But then I may, oh no. I just need to text my friend. I'm so sorry. I'm live streaming right now. Okay. Very good friend. Well, really, she's family. But like in-law of an in-law type situation. So we're not technically related, but we've decided we're related. I mean, we are legally related, but we're family, and it's very wonderful to have that. Okay. But yes, so I might film some time lapses that I can use for other shorts and things, including maybe things where people will accuse me of gatekeeping. Oh man, I'll talk about that once we're further in the stream. No one's accusing me of anything, and I'm fine. Oh, I love all the spinning conversation in the chat. It's funny because I would have called this friend chosen family, but also I'm like, wait, no, we are legally family. I have another friend who I call my sister, who we're chosen, and I mean more than just one, but I have a lot of friends that are very chosen family. Okay, let me get my camera. I'll show this off. This is the camera I film all of my videos on. It's a Canon EOS 90D, and I use an 18 to 135 millimeter lens, also by Canon, for filming my projects. Over the years, I have used a number of cameras, but I think everything, even when I was using like a Canon PowerShot, has been Canon. But I'm going to make sure, as I set this up, that you all are not going to be blocked by the camera. Oh, and I'm also going to, since we're doing time lapses, there's no reason to film in 4K. No reason at all. Nope, that's not what I want. Q. 4K. Nope, we can just do HD. That is good enough for things that most people are going to watch on their phones. Okay. But I am also going to check. The nice thing, Oh no, that's not good. Okay. I realized that there's like, I can spin the camera around a bit on the tripod and then that gets loose. But I want to make sure I do not see the DSLR. That's good. Sometimes if I'm filming behind the scenes intentionally, then it can block things. Ooh, this is a great question. Is it difficult to get the dye to penetrate the roving? It can be, I suppose, but no, it's not usually difficult, especially with something like this that is not superwash. Okay, I'm about to put on my respirator mask, and so I will be more muffled. Gotta put the glasses back down. The technique I'm about to do, and so if someone joins the chat and asks why I'm muffled, please tell them I'm wearing a respirator. Ooh. That's also a great question. Do I shield my camera from steam? No. Maybe could that contribute to some of the damage my cameras have seen over the years? I don't shield the camera from steam. I try to avoid prolonged exposure to steam. I have 3 cameras. One I use mostly for personal use these days, but that one I wore out the shutter, and so I had to replace that. The other camera has the button that goes between video and stills. That's broken. So, so since that button is broken, I have words. I need to get that replaced, but I think I have to send it to Canon. And then the camera shop I used to use closed. So, okay, and we're doing things differently from the way I normally do it. In that normally when you want to play with dry dye powder, you want your gloves to be completely dry. But what we have here are leftover dyes. I'm going to start recording. What we have here are leftover dyes that got damp and are a little bit maybe crusty on the cups. So I want my fingers damp so I can pick up some of the dye on my gloved hands, and then I can come and bring this color onto the roving. And so one of my plans today is to dissolve the rest of this color in water, and we'll probably do something with that. I don't know how much pigment we will have. But I'm literally finger painting on here. And then with this leftover, I think these were all Dharma dyes. I think that this was fluorescent fuchsia from Dharma. I'm going to do what I would typically do with a yarn mop and wipe the dye off on there. But I'm not going to go dry my hands. I'm going to go into the next color. I'm going to rub it all over my gloves. We're basically making a speckled roving. So will this dye penetrate really far? No. This dye will not go that deep into the fiber. There is going to be a lot of white left behind. But that's going to give it a fun effect. It may make things a little more pastel. Things could blend out in many different ways, all depending on how it's spun. So I'm like, this is a circumstance where, oh, I have a lot of yellow. There are times when, I say like a lot, I was like, make sure your fingers are completely dry before you go and pick up powder. But this is an example of where I have rules, right? I give guidelines and suggestions.
And things are meant to be broken. They're not meant to be broken, but it's okay to break your rules from time to time. Now, I have no idea if I'm being even with these colors at all. I'm being very random here. And I have a feeling that this particular yarn mop, which is funny because I have a lot of neon rainbow yarn mops still. Not a lot, but a handful. Maybe at some point, if we're stuck waiting for stuff to happen, I'll bring out that inventory to show you. But depending on how much color we get on this mop, we may save it for more projects, or we may decide that I'm done with it. Oh yeah, these dyes are definitely like crusty. I mean, they're still powders. They could be, like with a mortar, you could get them to powder again. But I could use probably a little more liquid on my gloves, because this isn't, there we go. The first place I tried to tap was a little bit drier. Now, will this fiber bleed when we go to wash it? Potentially. Will these colors spread? Maybe. But the thing that's going to make them spread more is that I'm going to put everything, it's going to touch itself when I eventually pick it up. So that's going to be the bigger culprit. I'm not planning on using plastic wrap or anything here. And it may look like we're getting like a ton of coverage on our yarn, but really on our fiber, not on our yarn. So it may look like there's a lot of coverage, but if I lift up one area, we don't have color on the other side. There's color on the interior that probably doesn't have a lot of pigment. Now, the color I think I have the most of in here is this Caribbean blue. And this color can pack a huge, huge punch, which is probably why I have the most of it left as compared to these other colors. And so the reason why I'm talking about this way is to remind myself for later that if I dissolve these dyes and I'm using them for another project, the blue is likely going to be a really big, like going to be way more pigmented than everything else. So just to keep that in mind and be careful. Okay. And you'll see, especially when I go to this yarn mop, the blue, oh man. Now, at some point, you get enough color in the yarn where I should turn on the stove. Hold on. At some point, you start to get enough color in your yarn mop where if you go and touch it, then dye will come back off and go back onto your gloves. And what you can do in those circumstances, excuse me, the way that you can deal with that is by popping it in a steamer basket for a little while, which can just give it a little bit of words. By popping it in the steamer basket, you can help the color set a little bit, which can allow you to carry on. This final color is Purple Pop. I suppose I didn't say any other color names. Radioactive, Fluorescent Lemon, Fluorescent Safety Orange, Fluorescent Fuchsia, this is Purple Pop, and Caribbean Blue. The card does have a really cool dye that is sort of a combination of a fluorescent, of a pale blue with a colorless fluorescent acid dye, and it is really incredible. But I don't have that much of it, and so I like to be careful with it. Okay, I need to rinse off the outside of this container. So I definitely got dye on it, and now there's space for this, and we can flip it. You'd call them guidelines, yes. Oh, right, that is another really good point as I go to flip our fiber. I am not taking these dyes out of a dye container directly, which is the other reason why it is okay for me to go into these containers with wet hands. I mean, you could go into your containers with wet hands. It's just going to cause the dyes to clump and then be a bit of a pain in the tuchus. And so if I'm flipping, I got dye on my gloves, and I can bring that over here onto this random yarn mop that we are creating. It's very funny. And okay, I'm going to start with the purple this time because I feel like I didn't get as much of that before. I guess the other thing I really wanted to say, we're talking about guidelines. I lost my train of thought. Oh, right. Losing my train of thought is perfect. If you have a question and I miss it, please feel free to re-ask when I sit down at the counter. Obviously, don't like spam the chat or anything, but you guys are all awesome. I know you don't do that, but I want to be able to answer questions. I'm not ignoring things on purpose, but I'm looking at a little tiny iPad while I'm doing this. All right, the blue, getting a little bit. Hopefully this won't bleed when I wash it. And what I can say is that this fiber may fall apart a little bit when I go to wash it. And what I mean by that is that, so it could fall apart in like, it doesn't seem to be that grippy to itself, it's pretty smooth. Some yarns, which you learn from spinning, grip to themselves really well. Others are less grippy. Superwash tends to be less grippy than non-superwash. But I do think that there's like one little fluff of fiber that fell apart. And so, I mean, that happens when you're playing with fiber. So don't worry a ton. I try to point out when things happen. Okay, so I would say I have the least, the radioactive and the purple pop. Poor radioactive. If you use it at a lower strength, it really starts to be yellow. And same with purple pop. If you're using it in any kind of less concentrated capacity, it can really start to lean more pink. But that's because there isn't really a fluorescent blue acid dye pigment. And so, yeah, man, I have a feeling this yarn mop, I mean, we're almost done with this. And I will use the yarn mop to wipe up the counter. Where was I? Oh, yellow. Yeah, I have a fair bit of yellow. And the thing is, as we play around with these colors and add them to other stuff, because my plan is to dissolve them, we can always then decide, okay, wait, I want more of that purple, Rebecca. Where's the purple? And so I can just grab more, right? So I have all those dyes available. But I've been waiting because I feel like with the spring mini skein mini series, I've been spending so much time lately editing that I haven't been dyeing as much stuff that I've been saving these. Well, because also I saved these for a bit in case I needed to dye more of the neon rainbow yarn mops for pre-orders. And so I was like, oh, I may as well just hold on to all of this. This is a very awkward spot, like on the inside of my finger. There we go. Doo-doo-doo. Finger painting. Oh, I'll try not to sing. And so there could be big sections of white, and some of these colors, it could end up being a little bit muddier when spun because if they blend together, but it all depends on how you section the fiber and draft it to spin it. So if you take smaller sections along the length, you'll end up with smaller color patches that maybe won't blend until you apply it. So you always have a lot of options. And even here, the pink and the purple are similar. But in general, even like mixing all these colors together can still give you something extremely beautiful. You can definitely get something that's a little more muted and muddy, but it depends on how you're going to play with it. And this very neon funfetti fiber is kind of exactly what I was hoping to create to start off this stream. Okay, so one last thing I want to do is wash off my gloves. So I will reuse my gloves over and over, and in between, well, sometimes there's still dye on them. But the problem for reusing them right away often comes from the fact that my hands sweat during the process. So I take them off, set them aside in a container like this, and then reuse it eventually, usually a different day. This is definitely not something I would do in a lab. But wait, I took off the gloves because I wanted to do something. What was I going to do? Oh, I know. I know what I was going to do. It's like, why on earth would I do that? Da-da-da! Okay, it doesn't look like much right now with the black light. There's too much light in here. You can see it on the yarn mop. There's definitely fluorescence in here. It's just not popping the way it would if there was less light available. So that's a bit of a bummer, actually. The yarn mop at least popped. Ooh, with the strands being so large, do I need to reorient it a third time? No. I mean, I could, but I'm not going to. Okay. I need to put gloves back on now. So if I worked in a lab or something, I would never reuse gloves, but gloves got so expensive during the pandemic that we reuse gloves now. Okay, there may be a little bit of liquid in the container that I have, and I guess I'm not filming anymore for myself, so I'm trying to not rub, but I'm going to lift this up. And this is why I'm not putting more color on the sides. It's going to be in contact with itself in that shoebox. Oh man, this is so pretty, and I almost don't want to, but I'm going to. This may blend things together a lot, but instead of rubbing, what I'm going to do is do a lot more patting to try to get up this color. And we may be leaving some of it behind, and that's okay. But looking also for more white areas. Normally I might just go in and really rub to mop up the color, but I like what I have going on this yarn, and I don't want, it is going to be a little bit more muddied than some other colors, but if I rubbed, the likelihood of it becoming muddy would be way greater. Okay. The question is, do I start with another yarn mop, finish wiping this up, or not? Okay, I'm going to pop this into my steamer basket. And I'm going to try to not get more liquid on the fiber, but I'm going to start cleaning this up. Now you can see how some of this is streaking and some of it is just getting wiped by the paper towel. Now, that's not ugly, it's just more blended. Okay, we'll definitely need to clean this more later. Over time, so the shower curtain is doubled up. Over time, you do need to do more and more, or over time it loses its like waterproofness. But I've never had one fail. Okay, but here is our fiber, just in a bin, out of focus. I'll fix the camera when I come back inside. But I'm going to go pop this outside until later. Oh God. Going outside in my respirator mask today is miserable. Okay, but now we seem to be in focus again. I'm going to carefully add water. I should be using warm water. That would be a little better. But I'm adding water to each of these cups. Eventually I may get a spoon or something, but to just make things wet. So then we can chat about next steps and how we want to proceed. And so the two that have the least amount of color are our green and our purple, who I'm making a little bit of a mess doing it this way. Got a lot of yellow. So we could almost like, you know, we have so much pink and blue that we can mix more of a purple and more of a green if we need to. So that's not bad. Now, Caribbean blue can be a bit of a pain. Oh man. Caribbean blue can be a bit of a pain to dissolve. It is a clumper. But at this point, our powders are all wet, so I'm going to be comfortable removing my mask. and we'll sit down to think, but I think I'm going to use these leftover neon colors to dye that super bulky weight yarn I mentioned. Probably also in a shoebox. So let's talk about the shoebox.
Oh, it got so sweaty in there. Oh my gosh. Now, sometimes, well, I'll wait till I sit down. Ooh. Okay. Nope, that's not what I needed. Hello. You can see the lines on my face. So sometimes people ask if they can use like a KN95 mask for dyeing yarn, and you can use a really well-fitting N95. Most of the KN95s I have don't form a seal on my face, and so therefore if like I tripped and a bunch of powder went up, would not stop it from going inside the mask, which is probably a bigger concern from just like little use for accidental inhalation. But I do have some N95s that have rubber all around the edge, and I can get it tight enough that it forms like a good seal around my face, and so I'm comfortable using that. I'm obviously going to recommend the safest approach. So yeah, take that as you will. Okay, let's see. And again, if I missed any questions, please ask again. Oh, I gotta thank you for my Gothic Rainbow video that came out this week. Yay! It was so fun. I have those colors, so we could eventually pull that out and play with that again. And hey, doing these videos sparks a lot of ideas for me as well. Aw, thank you for joining while you could. You always hope that a neighbor will call. Call in the services for wearing the respirator mask. Oh man, sometimes I wonder what my neighbors think, especially when I film outside. Oh goodness. Oh, and yeah, thank you. This is like, I don't know where they got it, but oh no! It has been falling apart because it's been up since May. It is very fragile right now, so I should not touch and play with it. But I figured we'd give it a little more life. As we do our Trevor Project fundraiser, which I can now, can I check from the computer? No. Hopefully this won't make any noise if I go to the actual stream.
My work is easy because
No, I don't want, I gotta mute myself. I was like, I don't want you to hear an ad. Oh, I guess, okay, as I'm messing around with this, I will insert an ad. Because I'm doing a bit of nothing. The moment, okay, we're still at 188. If we hit $300 raised for the Trevor Project, then I will donate another $100 right now. I've already donated 50, but let's see. You're hoping the power doesn't go out. Oh goodness, I hope the power doesn't go out. But okay, cold process yarn dyeing. And before I get into that, I will need a reminder at the end of the stream to check when the stream has finished processing, to go and remove the ads that YouTube will insert every like 5 minutes or so. And so this is something that, and if you ever watch like a replay of an old live stream, please let me know if this has happened. I try to go and remove the ads they auto insert. The problem is that a multiple hour stream takes hours for YouTube to finish processing. So this is not something that happens until sometimes 24 hours after the live stream, at which point I may forget. So reminding me at the end of the stream means that I can, as I'm closing off, means that I can write it down. So hopefully I'll remember to do that to make watching the replay enjoyable. And if you're watching the replay now and there are ads that are like literally every 5 minutes, please let me know. In a standard video, I try to keep things, yeah, like more spread out. In a live stream, I try to keep it way more spread out. In a regular video, maybe around like 10 minutes apart, but YouTube sometimes gets over enthusiastic. And so then I just have to remove it manually. The only other option would be to turn off ads, which I don't want to do because this is how I'm able to do some of this content. And so it's like a fine balance there. Okay, but cold process yarn dyeing. This is when I set up the yarn, the dye, the acid cold, and go set it aside for a couple of days, maybe 24 hours, maybe 48 hours, before bringing it back and steam setting it. When I have limited access to heat sources, I have 4 burners on my stove. I have limited dye pots where I can apply heat. Doing something cold process allows me to do more projects all at once, especially in a live stream or on a day when I'm filming a lot of different videos. And so then it's easier for me to say, tomorrow, come in and spend the day swapping things in and out of the steamer basket while I'm editing, than it would be for me to set something up, put it in the steamer basket. I didn't set a timer. Let's set a timer for 25 minutes for that yarn mom. But then wait 25 minutes for it to free up so that way I can steam set something else. Because then it's limiting like how much I can dye yarn. Dye yarn. I wonder if things get suppressed because I talk about dyeing, but it's D-Y-E-I-N-G, powers that be out there. And so this roving that I'm dyeing now, I'm not planning on cold processing that. Typically when I cold process something, it's an immersion situation, but think about tie-dyeing a t-shirt. That's effectively cold process. You apply the dye to the shirt, you wait a couple of days, and then you wash it out. You may not heat set it. I have found with tie-dye, you can speed up the process by steam setting it, and that can make things happen faster, but like you also don't have to do that. Sometimes I just choose to do that because I can, and I'm impatient. And so that is the reason for that. But, and then, you know, as for using the shoe boxes, it's convenient. They stack really well. And so, yeah, it doesn't need to be, I mean, it's an 80-degree day in Massachusetts today. So it is very warm and sunny. It doesn't have to be warm and sunny to do a cold process, kind of like I'm describing here. It can certainly help. It can make the time not take quite as long. But I can also in the winter cold process in my house in an area that's probably closer to 60 degrees. And so it doesn't have to be super hot. It's all about rates. Adding heat speeds up the rate that the dyes will bind to the yarn. They will still bind to the yarn without a lot of heat. There's some colors that do need a higher temperature to get well set, but they will sort of stick to the yarn a bit at lower heat. And so it's about rates. Just like having less acid makes things bind slower. More acid makes it happen faster. And there's some other variables that can contribute to those rates as well. Keep forgetting that I also made water. Oh, it's cold. I'm anticipating getting very hot in my kitchen today. I have no idea how long I will stream, being honest, but I'm going to go as long as I can, and hopefully, because I think I would find it hilarious, I'm hoping that Keith, when he's coming back, he's doing like not a site visit's kind of wrong, but he's not on, yeah. When he's making his way back, I'm hoping that, I was like, well, you can figure out if I'm still streaming. Just pop in and ask me if I'm finishing up soon. So that would be way more hilarious than him texting me. But yes. Okay. I pre-soaked mini skeins. I don't know what I would do with them. I mean, we could do some kind of like hand-painted gradient. There's different things we could do. I don't have a plan or a vision for that yet. So we're gonna have fun and see how things go. I'm enjoying sitting down for a little bit. But I think that the plan now, I'm forming a bit of a plan of what we're gonna do. No, I'm like, ew. I was like, if Keith from ChemKnits shows up, I bet the chat would be really excited. He's like, but I'm not doing anything. I was like, I know. It's just, he doesn't get it. I don't think, he has watched my streams occasionally. At least, I think he's technically a moderator. I've had him just watch sometimes. And if something comes up that requires moderation in the chat, report it to YouTube, but don't engage, right? And I can come and block. And so that's what I'll say just in case. Okay, let's go back to the counter. I'm really enjoying sitting down. Okay, I should grab my glasses. Okay. Oh, you know something that I don't have linked? It's a little harsh on the hands, but if you have dye that gets on your hands and you want to get it off, this Cresto color remover works. I think I used it in a video recently. Okay, I've got 100 grams of super bulky soft in a shoebox that I don't know if you can see because my monitor turned off. How rude. Why did my monitor stop? Oh man. Hello everyone. Yeah, it's so funny when I dyed my hand with indigo by accident, and then I was going to go work on a mosaic with a bunch of doctors. I was like, because if someone's hand has turned blue, that would be a huge concern. Okay, I'm scrunching up the yarn in the pan. I will probably re-scrunch it. But we are going to see what happens. We may make mistakes. It may be beautifully imperfect, and that is okay. We want to make sure it's on camera. It is. Okay, I'm going to add water. But I'm not going to add a full 8 cups. We're doing cold, low-ish immersion. Oh, dear. I'm going to want to remove more water. So I forgot that I'm going to add water with the dyes. You know what? Yeah. Okay, I removed most of that water, but the yarn is wet and dripping. It's like, this is me changing my mind. My favorite winter hat is made out of this yarn base, so it's fair to say I'm obsessed. Where is the thing? I put it back in here? Yes. The yarn label, which I had to tape together. Super bulky soft, 70% superwash wool, 30% alpaca. Felted soap. that's interesting, and that should also work well for scrubbing and exfoliating your hands. In general, I might leave things purple unless I'm going to like a wedding or something, but then I remembered I had the color remover and I was like, I should try that. Okay, so the other thing I want to do is try to move these dyes a little more on camera. Maybe. Okay, they're, except for the blue, reasonably on camera. And I'm going to add more liquid. See, this is why you wear glasses, because sometimes things splash. But I mean, I was able to wipe that off of my hands, but that's why you wear gloves and glasses, because you don't want anything to splash onto yourself. Now, the place I'm adding the most color is to that blue. Okay. We can do this. Just a little pep talk. Oh, man. So felted soap is something that some people will do where you take like a bar of soap and then you take like roving and wool and you felt the wool around the soap. Then it acts a little bit like, it can act a little bit like a loofah or something. And so I don't know exactly how it's made, but yeah. Okay, you will film this one too, because hopefully this will be short and pretty. Okay, let's go for it. We're going to start initially by just adding little bits of color in approximate rainbow order. I'm going to work it through, but I have a feeling I used all the green. Being light with that blue. I'm using that purple. Now, things are going to blend. There's no acid in here yet. Let's add acid. Let's acid. 2, 3, 4. Remember when I added water and then I was like, oh, maybe I shouldn't add water? Okay, we're going to start with the yellow, then move into the green, and down to the blue. There could be whites left behind here, but I will be adding some more pink and blues up there. I don't have a yarn mop. I'm going to use a glove, but now I'm coming down to the other end to work those oranges and pinks through the best I can. I do see some whites, and the thing with this is I'll be able to look. I'll be able to actually visually look and see. But let's add a little more blue. And we're going to add down here some pink. See, I grabbed the pink and not the orange. So now we can make ourselves that purple down there, which really is going to be such a minor contributor because of it being on like an end. Little blue landed there, and we can work that through. Are there any other colors that I need to pump up? Okay, I am going to do a very careful lift, look. Okay, I can see where I need to add more color now. I'm going to add a little more yellow. and then really work on massaging that yellow down. Because I think that's the one color where it seemed like I did not quite have as much. I have to say I'm really digging what's happening with the colors down there. I'm not going to use the blue. I am going to use the orange and the pink. Add a little more acid. Oh no, oh no, oh no. Poor yellow. I think I just killed the yellow. Oh, okay, I think I pushed the orange through too much. So that removed some more of the yellow. Whoops. That's all on me. But now I'm going to wipe it down. And guys, this one is done. Now, you can see how in this circumstance, I have too much liquid in here. And again, there could be some white patches. That is fine. I'll do another careful lift. Okay, I see good color coverage on the bottom, which has me confident that there's good color coverage on the inside as well, because I can look around the sides and see, oh, over here, I need more orange. And then I can kind of just push that color down. Or like here, I need a little more green, but I can help with that, right? What we're going to do with the rest of all this dye, that I don't know. Oh my gosh. Oh, I do know this neat requires rinsing. But what all I can do is things may spread more between now and tomorrow. But because there's so much liquid here and so much dye that has not stuck to the yarn yet, if I were to take this and remove the yarn, I could go steam set it right now. We'd have a lot of dye left in the dye bath. By waiting, we're allowing the yarn to absorb more of that color. But we absolutely could remove this at this point, steam set it, and call it a day. You don't have to let all of the dye absorb into your yarn before you heat set it. You can remove it at any point. I just like, for my own comfort level, to have 30 minutes of heat. I find that that works well. Oh, before we take it away, will this one give us some drama? It should. Sometimes when the dyes haven't dissolved all the way and are still a little powdery, like on the fiber, then maybe we don't see fluorescence. The blue is not going to be very fluorescent. Hee hee! It's not showing up that well on camera. In fact, things look a little muddied, which is hilarious. But it is definitely fluorescent, just not down at that end. Yeah, I think that the fluorescence isn't going to show up well unless I cover out a lot of the natural light today, which is a bummer. Oh, but actually, it's also because sometimes that's how the dyes look while they're still in solution, because they haven't all bound. All right, now very carefully, I'm going to take this outside, and then I will come back and check for questions and reply to questions before we move on. But I'm going to pre-open the doors. Please not let the alarm go off. Okay, you know what I'm going to do? I'm going to open one door, take it, put it down, and then do the other door. Because I don't want the alarm to go off. I'm going to be very careful, holding it very level. see some edges over there that are a little bit white, but I don't care. What I'm going to do with all these dies. I need to set them in a container. I will pop them into a non-favorite shoebox. Hopefully they will all fit. Except for the green is done. And I'm going to set it aside. Because I'm thinking that next I want to play with some more classic rainbow colors. And maybe we'll just stick with the primaries, which hilariously will also involve something, a technique that is probably very similar to what I just did, is a bit of my plan. But I am open to alternatives. I'm thinking that for that Whoopsland yarn, I wanted to do shoe boxes, but I think I'm going to first mix colors out of some Caribbean blue, brilliant yellow, and deep magenta. So it's going to feel related, but it will be different. But I could also, oh, that went blurry, but it went blurry when there's nothing there. So we're going to be okay with that. Do I have a yarn mop I could dip into each cup? I mean, definitely. That's definitely something I could do. Yeah, the camera was like, you went away. Where'd you go? Rainbows are always a welcome sight. I wish this beautiful rainbow was in our skies today. Oh, that would be pretty. The smoke, or, braving the, wait, is there, up in Canada? Oh man, because yeah, the wildfires. I don't know, I haven't noticed it as much as I did, I think 2 years ago, when the air quality was got so bad. I think we had like, there was something outside and I lost my voice. Hey Jim, I hope that cornstarch will rinse out of the yarn well. That's my only hope and concern, but I'm excited to hear how it goes. Yeah, so I could dip a yarn up in each cup. But I have a feeling I had so much fun with like creating the rainbow like that with those leftovers. You know, I had other ideas of what I would do with the leftovers. I have some sock blanks here. There's a lot of things we can do. And it's funny, I have way more fiber and yarn prepped than I'm probably going to be able to dye and get through. But the goal is to be here and to raise money for the Trevor Project, which if you've just tuned in, you can go directly, I'll have the Trevor Project linked in the chat and in the video description. You can go directly to their website to donate, but you can also donate to them directly through YouTube. YouTube collects the money and will send it to the charity. And YouTube will cover the credit card transaction fees. And so all 100% of the money that you're donating to the Trevor Project will go to the Trevor Project, which I think is awesome. And you can donate anonymously if you're donating through YouTube. But if we hit, and I need to change tabs to see what the total is. Okay, we're still at $188, I think. But I'm refreshing just in case. Okay, we're still at $188. If we hit $300, then I will donate another $100 personally. And so, yes, that's what I'll do. But yeah, and so, ooh, do I have any favorite patterns for my rainbow yarns? Ooh, interesting. I dyed a really fun ear flap hat with rainbow yarn that I made once. And I'm currently working on, oh, what's the hat? So I have a playlist of dyeing to knit videos where I'll make a hat and I'll have dyed the yarn for it, and I try to show all that in one video. There's a hat pattern, the one I made for Lucas. It's a blue hat. I am obsessed with that pattern. I'm knitting it again out of rainbow yarn I dyed last year in a hat for myself that will eventually be a dyeing to knit vlog. I just have to figure out and decide what I want to do with the very top of the hat and if I want a pom-pom, and so if the project's been frozen. Anonymous, thank you so much for donating $50. Thank you. Thank you so much. Let me go look and see if I can find what that hat pattern is. Oh, you know where I should look? Where's my bag? I was like, I don't need to pull up a website. Okay. No, that didn't stop it. That yarn mop can come out of the steamer basket when I'm next over there. Why is there a leaf sticker attached to my shoe? So I have the hat here, but I don't have the pattern because that is just silly. So this was a hat yarn that I dyed last year, and I intentionally dyed it to start the rainbow with the purple end. And so then, especially when I block it, it'll be like a little floppier. But the hat, and so I'm gonna have a little bit of the red there, but I dyed it so that way I have red, and then after that I have like a random rainbow variegated section, so I could do a pom-pom. I was just trying to figure out, do I want to slow down the decreases so maybe more of the red will be visible or not? And so that's what I hadn't decided. But I'm blanking. It's a very cool pattern. It's very simple. It's mostly stockinette, but then there's a section of garter stitch. So I love with variegated yarns. This is a long-winded way of me to say, with variegated yarns, I love garter stitch. I love the way that that blends colors together. Or reverse stockinette. Garter and reverse stockinette are my favorites with variegated yarn. Because, yeah, then I like stress a little bit less about pooling because it blends things together. Did I just say what happens if you knit ahead and then dye it? I need to do that. This is not me yelling, I'm sorry. That has been on my list for so long, and to be fair, I think that I gave that as an option to the ChemKnits patrons at one point this year, and that was not what was selected. So if you were to knit a hat first and then dye it, you could get results very similar to dyeing sock blanks, which I'm saying for the reason of there could be randomness to it. The dye will be where it's placed, but there's going to be resist, right? And so if your stitches are tight, the dye, especially on that kind of superwash merino yarn, the dye is more likely to strike the outside than the inside. So when you move, and if the yarn shifts because, you know, you stretch and move it, there could be some reverse speckles that pop up, which could be cool, could be not what you want. This is something I just need to take the time to knit a hat, and I know I can knit a hat in a day. I just, you know, this hat was mostly done in a day. Oh my gosh, if I check Ravelry. If it's gone to two-factor authentication, I will be very upset. When did I start this? Oh, barley. It's the barley hat. Okay, I started it in October 2024. I think I knit most of it in October and then just haven't finished it. And so, yeah, and this was yarn that I dyed in connected mini skeins. Okay, I don't know if Ravelry still gives issues to people, but so verbally I'll say if the website gives you headaches or anything, I know that was an issue for a while, please just look away. I'm going to switch to it in 3, 2, 1. So this was the yarn caked up, and this is the yarn as I dyed it. So I had those connected, I don't know if my, yeah, you can see my mouse, connected mini skeins for each color, and then this blended area. If I were going to do this again, I would do more connected mini skeins. I would have more sections because I would want to blend the colors into each other a little bit more. And so I would, which I'm not going to do today, but you see how striped it is? That's really fun. I would love more of a gradient. And so I think that what I would do if I wanted it to be all one yarn, I mean, honestly, I think I'm a little more inclined to do mini skeins so that way I can control where the color transitions happen. So that way I could bring the red down a little bit lower versus doing it all together. But I think I would do the connected mini skeins as I have, but I would do smaller mini skeins in between each of the connected sets. So that way I could have a little section that is purple and blue. Just to blend the transitions a little bit more. But each of these used like a, I think I just used a bright and a fluorescent color. So, I mean, I love it. I just want more of a gradient. So, yeah. So then maybe Ryder will steal this hat, although he loves his very green one. Ah! I can't see the chat right now. No. Okay. We can fix this while I'm sitting down and thinking about it. Configure video, camera control, focus. Focus. While I'm thinking of it, may as well fix that. Well, I could have done that on 2-head. Okay. You need coffee? Yes, I need, well, I don't drink coffee. I drink Coke Zero with lemon. This is my new guilty pleasure. I'll put like, yeah, a ton of lemon. But okay, I am going to take a very brief break. I'll also insert an ad, but I will be back in like 1 or 2 minutes. So please stand by. Nope, we're on camera. I'm back. Joined just in time for the break. The break was really short. Sometimes you just need to remove video and audio just for a brief minute. Water time. Oh man. But yeah, if you're just tuning in, dyeing rainbow yarn and raising money for the Trevor Project. And when we hit, I like that I'm saying not if, okay, what is going on with my monitor? Why is it not playing the video? That's not good. I need to be able to see y'all when I stand up. But if we hit $300, I will donate $100 personally. Or I mean, I suppose it'll say ChemKnits donated $100, but that's me. Okay, we are at 238. We are really close. But it's funny, if I have the chat up on the iPad, I cannot also see, if I have the chat on here, I can't see the, what we've raised. So, I'm like, so I don't, the monitor isn't great for that, but I'm like, why? I just look over and the screen is black, and I'm like, did the stream go down? I know I just hit the stool. So like, yeah, I'm like, my setup, I'm sitting on some pillows. I have a stool right here. I dream of designing a studio space where I can stream and have like a desk. I was like, I want a surface where I can dye yarn and a table where I can have a chair. But I also want lights mounted on the ceiling and things like that. So I have dreams. We don't have space. How long does it take for YouTube to let me know of a donation? Not very long. I don't think. It could come up pretty quickly, but there is a box you have to check for it to pop up in the chat. Oh gosh, what are my plans for Worldwide Knit in Public Day? Which day is that? I don't have plans. What is it? Sometimes I'm good about stuff like that. Other times I'm not. There was one year I was like, oh, I just went out on my front, like, lawn. I was like, okay, I'll knit. But I think that was also, like, in the pandemic. So I don't currently have plans. But I should Google this. Knit in Public Day. It's this Saturday. It's tomorrow. So, what are we doing tomorrow? I don't know what we're doing tomorrow. It's Keith's special day. So it depends. If we go for a hike, I might not bring knitting with me on a hike. There are many places I will knit. But these days it's mostly when we're watching a movie, and it's a movie I've seen. Okay. Bringing out shoe boxes. See, look at me. There's some things I will need to do prep for on camera. But I have 2 shoe boxes that I pre-filled with 8 cups of water. But I suppose it's a little premature to bring these over because why did that get so dark? We gotta change the exposure. Oh, because it's not an auto exposure, I don't think. I'll have to keep an eye on that. Oh, well, Amy, thank you for donating $20. Yeah, I think that there's a button that says that you can click to be like share my name, but then I don't know if it shows up if it's anonymous. So yeah, I don't know. This is all like integrated from YouTube. I don't have a lot of control. And clearly I also could miss things in the chat as well. I try to have it set up so I can see all the chat. Okay, let me go get the dye colors. But actually, while my counter is clean, ooh, she's heavy. This is the Whoopsland yarn, and I believe we are not visible. 80% merino, 20% baby alpaca. So this yarn is non-superwash. And one of them I have in gray, and one of them I have in white, and I believe I bought all of this at the big sale from Knit Picks. But I'm bringing this over briefly. Oh, my arms are heavy. To show that once again we have one that is gives a little bit like cloudiness to the water. But that also could have been the super bulky soft that I just dyed. So I don't have a good answer there. Okay, I probably should set up a poll now that I'm thinking about it before bringing over those colors. Ooh, oh, balls. Sorry. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. Oh, fun. Thanks for sharing those events. In the chat, there's some events that are going to be happening for Worldwide Knit in Public Day. Okay, let's do a, oh, I can put my face on. If I'm going to do this, then I should have the right audio. Start a poll. Another thing we could do at some point is I can do an official Q&A, which maybe we'll test that out later. Okay. But I can only have 4 options. What tech should I do? Okay, what technique should I do after the Whoopsland shoe boxes? Because that's what I'm about to do next. Gorgon Pop of Rainbow. Mini skein rainbow set. What other, wait, where's my ideas list? Ooh. Rainbow sandwich bag. I haven't done a sandwich bag one in a while. That involves adding yarn and dye into a bag and sort of like squishing it through. So you get like random blends. I'm feeling very random-y today. Okay, so there's 4 options I'm adding into the poll, and I see that the other camera went out of focus again. I will fix that. So what technique should I do after the one I'm about to do with the shoe boxes? We could do pops of rainbow guargum, which I would mix dyes in with those, within some guargum. We'd paint a little bit of a rainbow onto some areas, and then I would steam set it to set that, and then I would dye the rest of the yarn another color, which maybe would be Caribbean blue because I have some of that. So we'll see what we would do. There is a mini skein rainbow set. I have 10 20-gram mini skeins of 100% superwash merino fingering weight yarn, and we could create some kind of set of 10, which I don't think I'd go for tonal, but maybe we'd do something like I said that I wish I had done for the hat, where maybe we'll pull out colors, we'll do something speckly and blend it on some of those intermediate ones. So, but I have undecided of what we do. There's the rainbow sandwich bag, which is currently in the lead. I take a skein or 2 of yarn, add them literally into like a gallon Ziploc bag. So bigger, but you could do it with a bread bag. I think I first saw this as the bread bag technique. And then we'll add dye powders in and squish it to blend. And then the final option, which actually just took the lead right now as I'm talking, is a Gothic rainbow something. Anonymous, thank you for donating £5 to the Trevor Project. Thank you so much. Terry, Rainbow Resists. I didn't write that down, but I do have that on here. I'm writing it bigger because I had it little. But if we do, yeah, that is something that we could do. And I might do starting with dry yarn. So that's also an option, but I can only have 4 things on the pole. So I'll leave that up, the pole up, while I go and do this colorway. So the Gothic Rainbow something. This is something we could do with resists. I'm more likely to try to recreate the colorway that I had just dyed in Dye Pot Weekly. The cornstarch rinsed out fine for Jim's project. That's amazing. Okay, let's fix the camera counter. Where is it? Nope, that's not the tennis ball camera. It's not Keo. I have too many cameras. It is Star Video. Properties. Configure video. Camera control focus. Okay. Come on, dude. Okay. Hopefully that's good now. Beautiful soft colors, doing some more trans flag scans for Pride. Woo! That's wonderful. That's wonderful. I'm really glad. What about a jewel toned rainbow on a dark background for a Gothic themed? That is really, really pretty. I think that so specifically what I meant by the Gothic rainbow was the, what did I use? Was it honey mustard? Yeah, it was honey mustard, navy, and cabernet. And I made a really pretty rainbow that then I glazed over. Let me, actually, I can pull that up. Hold on. Oh wait, I don't need to pull up the video. I can do something easier. Okay. Pictures. Screen grabs from editing. Waiting for it to not sort by name. Here we go. Where is this? So basically creating this. Oh my gosh, that other camera. Oh, I have to scale. Nope, transform. Fit to screen. Now I can make it smaller. So by the Gothic Rainbow, and it doesn't have to be repeating, but I'd probably try to recreate this colorway right here, because what I did in that video is I made this colorway and then glazed over it. But because I was blending the colors on the yarn, I did not have very much green or orange represented in there, and so I want to do it and represent those colors more. That does not, but I think that we could also do resist dyeing with, and do like a black, and have the pops of color be those dark, moody colors. It does not have to be dark with pops of bright. It could be bright with pops of bright and something. Ooh, dark emerald. That would be really pretty, Kim. That would be really, really pretty. Okay. We are going to remove the privileges for it to autofocus. So hopefully we'll be good now. Nope, I want to come up here. Oh man. What is hilarious? Oh, I guess I have to vote. So then I can hide the, well, I want to hide the poll. I had to vote in my own poll so that way I wouldn't cover the screen. That is so funny. Okay. Erica, the lab partner listing might be sold out right now, but reach out to me because I can restock it. I have I try to only have a certain number of lab partner videos in the queue at any given time. Because life can happen, illness can happen. I don't have a ton of that color. maybe turning into a bit of a Lino die behind. Okay, do I have enough? You know what? We're gonna make it work. Where is my? Oh, wait, no. Oh, I washed you yesterday. I only brought. Oh no, this is a cup. This counts as a cup. Okay, we have brilliant yellow, Caribbean blue, and deep magenta. And because they're adding little bits of color onto the counter, you can understand why I always store these in a secondary container in case there are drips. Camera is in focus, Jill, for sure. Okay. You know what? Let's start with the Caribbean blue. We are down to the dregs of this bottle, and the measurements are not crucial except for one thing. I want to use approximately the same amount of dye in each of the boxes. So we can do a little bit of a side by side. Okay, I would say we have approximately 40 milliliters. So what I'm going to do, it's foaming a little bit, which is going to make this hard. Okay, I'm going to measure out 15 milliliters. Not including the foam. I lost where the markers are. Hey, I did it. It's okay if things aren't exact. I measured out 15 milliliters of each color, and now I'm going to get 50 milliliters of water. 49 milliliters of water. I'm adding this back into this container because we know there's still some liquid in here. And without the foam, I'm going to measure out 25 milliliters of this mixture. The foam is throwing me off. There is a little bit of pigment left in this bottle that maybe we'll use later on. Actually, you know what I'm going to do? Caribbean blue. I need my Sharpie. Not 1%. Random. Because, and I think I may be slightly off camera for all of you, but we have this Caribbean blue dye. That who knows if we are going to use it today, but it's going to be safer to have it in a stock bottle. It's way safer to have it in a stock solution bottle than to have it in an open cup, right? And so, win, win, win. And sorry, I can't see the chat right now. Okay, so let me see. So we've got about 20 milliliters of the Caribbean blue in each. We are going to do the same thing with some water with the deep magenta. We should have enough. The lines on this graduated cylinder happen to be blue. So, and with it foaming, that made it really hard to measure things out. Now, the amount of dye that you need to make a color appear different, you know, if I have 19 milliliters in one and 20 milliliters in the other, they're basically equivalent for our purposes here. Okay, the first rinse of the graduated cylinder I saved in a cup in the sink because maybe we'll add this to the container rather than saving all leftovers. Oh, Erica, thank you for donating $20. Thank you so much. Can someone let me know what the total is right now? So say again, once we hit 300, I will donate $100. Am I going to have enough? We've got 25. I think maybe I did 20 of the pink. It's not that important. Just trying to keep things even. Okay, but then oops, that's a lot more water than I intended to use. Okay. I'm going to put these dye stalks away, even though the yellow is basically all gone. We do have it if I want a little more. And we're going to need to move the cups. Without making a big mess. You can go to the sink. And the poll, if you're just tuning in, is for the technique I plan to do after this one. Okay. Now we can move these guys into position, and I'm going to wait and readjust where they're located to make sure they are completely on camera for all of you. But I can also move the dyes over here. So the plan, unless you guys are requesting otherwise, I could do my quote classic shoebox method where I add the yarn, add the dyes, we wait a little bit, then I lift up and I move the yarn around that way. Or I could do similar to what I did on the last skein of yarn, add the dyes, work them through manually, and then leave it that way. Or I could do a combination. Okay, I think I need another pull. Because I can't decide. We're at 265. Awesome. Thank you so much, everyone, for raising money for such a good cause. Oh, I need to stop doing that. I go and I sit down, and then I just like slam the small of my back into the counter. Okay, next, let's see the results of the poll. We're gonna do Gothic Rainbow something. We'll have to think if we want to do like resist dyeing and make like a super dark. Wait, okay, Gothic Rainbow. Okay, I can repeat or do a resist dye. Okay, but now I need a new poll. Start a poll. This should I do with this shoebox? So the classic add dyes, wait, lift, and stir. Add dyes, blend, rainbow, leave it. Wait, I should number these. So 1, 2, 3. 3 is add dyes, blend, rainbow, lift. Okay. Okay, the 3 options in the poll I just made are what I should do with the yarn here. I'm planning on adding the yarn into the shoebox, similar to what I did with the last one, pouring on, probably I'd do blue, yellow, pink, or magenta, and then I could either do my classic shoebox technique where I let it sit for a little while so the dyes spread, add some acid, then lift the yarn, lower it, and then blend things out. And we usually get something very like parrot-like from these colors. I could next, the other option is I could add the dyes, blend the rainbow. We wouldn't really get a purple per se this time because I'm not going to add the pink on both sides, but we would get like a pink through blue rainbow or magenta-y through blue. And so this would be a lot more similar to what I did with those neon dyes. It's just we're starting from primaries. So that is an option. And then option 3 would be for me to add the dyes, blend out the rainbow with my fingertips, and then wait a little bit before lifting the yarn and lowering it back. And so the main differences between 1 and 3 are that both of them would result in, when I lift the yarn up, there being some dye left in there that will then kind of go all over the yarn. But one of them will have more blending on it to start, and so that would just be interesting. Because not everything blends all together, and the results from this can be like amazing. Let me grab. Some images. Okay, so this transform, scale, fit to screen. So this is sort of what I mean by the like lift and blend, and these are there are 2 examples of the colors that you get depending on which side I lift from with this type of colorway. And that's with the pink in the middle, but I'm going to have the yellow. My plan is to have the yellow in the middle. So the things would be a bit different, but you can see that the colors do blend pretty nicely, and that is without, but I guess on the one in the middle where I'm lifting it up, you can see how the blue is darker in some areas than others. But of course, that yarn is superwash. The one I'm about to dye is non-superwash. Fit to screen. And so this is how those yarns turned out. So, but which we saw from like doing this on roving and lifting roving and putting it back in, the colors can vary a lot based on fiber type. And so I would expect to see a lot of blending. Whether I did, I mean, it looks like 2 is the one that's winning, and so that's probably what we'll do. But whether I did option 1 or option 3, with either one of those options, we'd probably see a lot of blending because it's non-superwash. Wait, what do you use for everything? Oh. I saw the question. Wait, the sound's breaking up? Oh no. Wait, I'm just seeing stuff. Sorry, is the sound, let me check. Wait, what do you use for everything? Oh, I'm talking too loud. Oh. The sound's awful. Let me try reducing that more. I forgot. I'm supposed to use a quieter.
Wait, I'm just seeing. Sorry, is the sound? Let me check.
I'm supposed to be using a quieter voice when I'm sitting down and projecting more when I'm at the counter because of the way the microphones are.
Let me reducing that more.
So sorry about that. Carla, it's possible that like my internet went fuzzy or something for a bit. I think that option 2 is probably the right option for the yarn. And so that's what we're going to do. But I am going to make one more poll to have on there since we're doing the Gothic rainbow. For our Gothic rainbow, yeah, I know. It's so hard to remember how loud I'm talking. Okay. Well, it's possible that, so a lot of you are saying the sound was fixed by closing and reopening. It's possible that things were glitching also on my end, and then it was brief. Okay, so there's 2 options that I'm giving for what we can do for our Gothic rainbow colorway. I can do just like that photo I showed, but without doing the glaze, or we can do a resist, and we'll resist dye some yarn, say in black, and then add pops of dark rainbow colors, which I think would be really, really cool. And for that, I might not mix my own colors. I might use the like honey mustard, navy, forest green. I might use those pre-mixed colors just to make things a little easier on myself. So let's go back to the counter though. I like having polls. Thank you guys. See, now I feel like I'm a little overexposed, but we'll go with it. Okay. I can't see the chat. I can't see the chat. Do 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 do. Okay. Yarn. This time we have way more water in our shoe boxes than we had with the last example, but we also have more yarn. So in here I have 200 grams of our Whoopsland, and I don't know if this color is technically bear or ivory. The only reason why it makes a difference if it's actually, quote, bear, is that, and the yarn fills the whole area pretty well. The only reason why it makes a difference is that if it's like called ivory, then likely it could have been bleached and or dyed. And so, but usually knit picks, if it's just the white version of that colorway, then they will call it bear. But it's funny, bear yarn at knit picks will either be a standalone listing, and they do that if there is a white in the collection. If the collection does not have a white in it, then the bear yarn option will be in a listing with dyed colors. And I learned this talking to one of my contacts at Knit Picks. Okay, and this one, I don't know what the color was. I could probably look it up, but it's clearly a dyed gray version of the same exact yarn, but we're gonna over dye it the exact same way using the exact same amount of dye. And so this is something that I could have done as a Dye Thought Weekly episode, but we're doing today, and I will probably make a short about it. I was way too zoomed in. Rebecca, these are Whoopsland non-superwash, and I'm using about between 20 and 25 milliliters of 1% dye stocks of each color. A 1% dye stock is 1 gram of dye dissolved in 100 milliliters of final volume. And this is a very handy concentration to mix up your dyes at, because then you know, okay, if I want 1 gram of dye, I need 100 milliliters of liquid total. And so I find it makes the math really easy. A dye stock concentration is independent of the depth of shade. The depth of shade, or if you're dyeing a tonal, the total amount of grams of dye you're using per 100 grams of yarn, is a reference to the total amount of dye on the yarn. The concentration of your dyes doesn't matter. I'm planning on adding all of these 3 colors onto either container. Oh, I'm going to stop filming while I'm doing that. I'm going to use 100% of the dyes on either container. And so if I add more water to these, that might help the colors spread out more, but it's not going to change the depth of shade because we're adding the same amount of dye onto the yarn. How do you differentiate between wool that's been dyed a natural color and wool that grew that color? That's a good question, and the only way I can differentiate that myself is based on like what a listing says when I buy it. Because some bare yarns may have been bleached. So it being bare yarn doesn't mean that it's unbleached per se. Because some fibers like yak, if you're going to have a yarn with yak in it that's this color, the yak has probably been bleached because the color comes darker. So therefore, I don't know, and I can't say that bare yarn is unbleached, but certainly it's not bleached to a white, like white yarn. So it's not been processed the same amount. So does it really matter? No. You can dye just regular white yarn, and that is not any problem at all. I think it's just, you know, white yarn that's been processed more. I don't know if it works similar to the way hair dye might work on hair that is, like if you have someone who's a natural blonde and you dye their hair with pigment, it's going to take up color differently than hair that has been bleached blonde. But the structure of human hair is different from the structure of wool. So I don't know if it works the same or not. But treating the wool in different ways, whether it is to bleach it or to bleaching the yarn in different ways, whether it's to bleach it or it's to, I have words, my brain is pausing at the moment. Whether you're dyeing the yarn to processing it in either making it superwash or making it bleached. Sorry, when I'm adding the dye, I keep distracting myself. Anytime you process it, it could affect whatever is happening with the fibers. Oh, that blue's going to spread a lot on that one. Okay, we are going to focus starting on the middle. The yellows may disappear. I'm going to go out towards the pinks. I will be blending things even more. But I do want to clean my hand before going from the pink back into the yellow to try to keep some of that yellow in there. Now currently there is still whites, there still are whites down on the bottom, I'm going to be working this through. We may end up with white patches left on the yarn. There is no acid in here yet. Once again, I'm going to go, I don't have a yarn mop right now. Rinsing my gloves, come back in, and I'm checking what's going on with the sides as best I can. And so I don't know what's happening very much on the bottom right now, especially on the gray, but I'm trying to blend it a bit. But there's more water, so things are going to move more, and there's a lot of dye in there. So it's funny, we're not lifting and moving it. We almost may as well be, you know? Okay, I need to add acid now. And I want to add a lot of acid. The reason why we need to add acid is because these are acid dyes. 2, 3, 4, 5. I'm adding a lot of acid. 1, 2, 3, 4, and I need more. Add one more. So acid dyes require an acidic condition in order to be able to bind to the yarn. And one thing I'm doing today that is slightly risky is that I am dyeing a yarn base that I have not dyed before. And so therefore, I don't know how this yarn is going to absorb these colors. I don't know how well the colors will bind, and how quickly the colors will strike. So without lifting and lowering the colors as the way I mentioned, see, I've already lost a lot of that yellow. We may see just an insane amount of blending in here. So now I'm going to still leave things to sit for a little bit before I move it outside. Hey Rebecca, I have 2 different ideas for shorts you could do with this footage. One is like dyeing, obviously dyeing gray yarn versus white yarn. 2 would be dyeing a yarn base you're not that familiar with. And how some things you may want to consider before picking a technique. But then, and then also you could talk about just non-superwash. Shoot, I had one more, a third idea. Different technique. Yeah, I guess I had a plan, and if this was superwash yarn, even without acid, the colors would strike faster. So maybe just talking about doing some things on non-superwash. And mention, of course, that the yellow disappeared. Okay. I know I've added plenty of acid, but let's go ahead to, let's let this sit for 15 minutes before I go ahead and move it. And so the reason for waiting that long is because I'm afraid right now, when I go and I pick it up, things are gonna move and blend. And so, which is not what we want, right? But isn't this beautiful? I never get tired. Oh my gosh. Now, there's a little bit of dye left in all these cups, which I intentionally saved because I thought we could add on. I don't think I'm going to do that, so I don't know what we're going to do with that. Ooh, we could dye a pastel colorway. I know we're going to do gothic, go for gothic soon. But okay, we're going to let this sit 15 minutes, and I'm going to get myself something to eat. love that I still have that yarn in the steamer basket. I just turned off the steamer basket. Oh no, okay. I was like, wait, did Keith finish all the cheese? It's not very much. Okay, I need crackers. You were me and you hid the last of the wheat thins. Not fair that I said that I hid them, but one of my favorite lunches, which is not what I have here, and I know I'm going to be super awkward and eat on camera, but at least I'm going to make my face small. One of my favorite things is like to make tuna salad and then have that with a little bit of avocado on wheat thins. Like that's like a lunch that I love, but I didn't make any tuna salad. Okay. Sarah, thanks. You're especially curious about dyeing fiber that has natural color. I think there's a difference between naturally brown and dyed brown fiber and how much pigment it'll take up. Yes, and that definitely can also be because a natural wool color can oftentimes have a lot more oils in it. Because if you're going to bleach the fiber, I think you need to remove some of those oils for the bleach to penetrate well. And so that can change, I think, also how easily it'll absorb color. Neon rainbow. I may not be doing a lot more neons today, but I love neon rainbows. I started off playing with some neon rainbow. I think I've only dyed a camel blend once. I'm going to try to look. Oh, Jim, that came out really, really well. Really well. If you're in the ChemKnits Lab Facebook group, you can go see the yarn that Jim was talking about. Yeah, I've had good success, and so the reason why Jim is using a cornstarch, we're at 265. If we hit 300, then I'll donate $100. The reason why Jim is using cornstarch instead of guar gum is because sometimes guar gum can be really hard to find, and so it can be worth exploring other thickeners. But also, if you want to make a colorway, for example, a trans flag, pride flag colorway, where you don't want the pastel pink and blue to mix and give you purple, then using a thickener can help you keep those colors separate. And in my like unicorn farts, when I loosely followed a unicorn farts tutorial that's been around for a while, I used, we dyed yarn that was mostly aqua with a pop of rainbow. I also showed dyeing like a pop of the trans pride flag in that video, and using guar gum I could keep the pastel pink and blue from blending. Keep asking questions. Do I find a difference in results between jacquard and Dharma acid dyes? Is there one I prefer? I think Dharma acid dyes overall are a little bit cheaper. I've never tried the larger containers of jacquard acid dyes. I actually could and may become a Jacquard affiliate, but I got an email and then I always keep forgetting to deal with it. To reach out, because they've reached out to me and I'm like, oh my gosh. So the smallest dye you can get from Dharma acid dyes, well, it can be as low as like $2.60 if you're doing a more pastel colorway, but one can be as much as, oh my gosh, is Extreme Blue now the most expensive? $10.50 for 2 ounces. So it can be expensive. I've worked with Jacquard in the past, so I like them. Okay, so this is what I wasn't sure about the sizing. So the Jacquard acid dyes, the half-ounce jars on Dharma Trading Company start at $3.85, which I think is around the cheapest that I've found them. You may be able to order them directly from Jacquard's website as well. Oh, I don't want PDF. Dyes, acid dyes. Buy now. I think, okay, so the half-ounce dyes on their website are more expensive than on Dharma's website. Oh, that's funny. But like the difference between a half-ounce, this is really like the sample, versus 8-ounce, like, you know, you get 16 times as much dye and it's only like 2x the price. Whereas on Dharma's website, yeah, it's about 2x the price to get like a much larger quantity. Oh, that's the Dharma dyes. It's about like 2 to 3x as much to get 16 times as much dye. It's definitely more economical to buy the larger container. And I think I would like those larger containers way better than the little jars. So this is like no fault of Jacquard's, because I buy the half-ounce jars. They have, what, 14 grams of dye in half an ounce? That's a lot of dye if you're starting out. And, I mean, I've only had to repurchase a couple of colors, but I can't pinch my fingers into those jars very easily. And so that has nothing to do about the dye molecules, that's just the jar. And because I buy the sample size versus, like, one of the bigger tubs, which they now, this is why I pulled up the website, because they show the tubs in the picture. So the Dharma acid dyes, the prices are cheaper, but the prices do vary because like flamingo pink has less pigment in it than deep magenta, and so it's cheaper. And so I appreciate that as well. I like the jars fine. I like that I can get the poster with the swatches. So this is a very long-winded way of me saying there are some colors that I prefer from each of them. Like if I want like a turquoise, cyan blue color, Caribbean blue I like better than turquoise from Jacquard or even true turquoise from Dharma. I prefer Caribbean blue. And so, but if it comes to a fluorescent orange, I like the way that the color behaves. I like Dharma's fluorescent orange better than Jacquard's, I like the fluorescent safety orange from Dharma better than Jacquard's fluorescent orange. Just in the way that it goes with the rainbow. But I like, as far as the fluorescent green goes, I like Jacquard's chartreuse a little better than radioactive from Dharma. So There are some times when I might combine the two of them. But I like Dharma's True Black because it doesn't break. So I like that better than Jacquard's Jet Black, which does break with speckling. So yeah, I would say that there's individual colors back and forth. I think all the dyes perform really well. Different dyers may have a preference. Some dyers prefer to use Dharma's fiber reactive dyes. You can use a fiber reactive dye as acid dyes. And so, yeah, lots of different preferences. Planned pooling. I feel like planned pooling is a nemesis. It's like the dragon in a cave that I need to just fight and maybe fail, but maybe I'll defeat it and then be changed forever. So in general, I prefer yarns that don't pool, which I dye a lot of, like these yarns I dyed right now, those could pool, but they're too blended to do something for planned pooling where you can get something that is going to feel very, you get something feeling very plaid and geometric. Based on, there's ways you can calculate the size of your colors, the length of the overall color repeat, and then the gauge and stitches you need to get the colors to pool in a fun way. I think that what I would need to do is buy a commercial variegated yarn, try to knit something or crochet something with planned pooling before I try to dye something for planned pooling, just so that way I have more experience with it, right? But I have a feeling that like planned pooling would probably trigger all of my like anxieties, because I'm always like, I love it when things like come up randomly. So when I'm knitting something like a sweater, I'm hoping that I don't get too many rows with like a patch of color. I'm wanting it to shift. And so like I like obsessively think about that, which is a little bit neurotic. It's just what my brain does. I like random distributions of color. And so someday I will have to try it. I mean, self-striping is planned pooling, right? Because the colors pool into stripes because you make each of the lengths long enough. But I know that that's not what people mean when they say planned pooling. If I were going to dye something planned pooling, I would probably take a really long skein of yarn, like I would use for self-striping, so that, and use guar gum, at least at the edges, to get real defined calculated sections of color so it can pool in a way. But no, always ask me any question, request anything, but then sometimes I'll be like, this is something I'm both intimidated by it. I'll be honest, I'm intimidated to try it. I'm intimidated by the like amount of time it would take. I'm a lot more like free flowing a lot of times with what I like to plan out. And then I would say that that's just most of it. But I'm scared. Okay, I wanted that yarn to sit for at least 15 minutes. I can tell that colors have not absorbed and I'm still eating, so I'll still sit and take questions. I'm gonna have to make myself more caffeine too. Okay, another question, which is a very good question. Have I considered trying dyeing on some of the merino or other wool yarns from Temu? No, but not necessarily for the reasons that you might think I'm going to say no. I mean, I guess the thought has crossed my mind. Temu actually reached out wanting to sponsor a video once, and I ignored it. Mainly because it didn't seem to align. There wouldn't be a good way for me to integrate the kinds of things they want to share with what I do here. And yeah, and so I didn't think of a good way to do it. Now, I have no issues in general with like affordable options for yarn. But I guess like the biggest thing of it is I've dyed random yarns that I found at like Michael's or something that have wool in it. And those videos didn't necessarily, it's not that the videos did poorly, and that's not a reason for me not to do things, but trying and dyeing a particular yarn didn't necessarily like do significantly better or worse than anything else. And so I guess I kind of stopped, but in the way that I was like, okay, I don't need to try and have a video like dyeing this particular brand wool. How does it, how does it do? I do comparisons like that sometimes, but not as much as I used to when I started out. And so like, I don't know if I ever ended up dyeing like Croy sock yarn or something, but there aren't tons of wool options at Michael's and Joann's. But also, I had done so much dyeing of Lion brand woolies, which is only 20% wool, it's 80% acrylic. That's the first wool yarn I ever dyed. And, I'll grab some of that and dye some of that from time to time for nostalgia reasons, but the main reason is that I don't think I have no problem if anyone wants to buy yarn from Temu and dye that. And I don't think I could even just go on their website without like signing up for it, right? Can I just search their website? Yeah, it wants me to enter my email address, which I don't want to do. I tried clicking on a link for yarn to see if I could look without searching, and I couldn't really. Wow, apparently on Shein you can buy yarn though. What says it? But unfortunately, I doubt you're getting 5 skeins of alpaca yarn for $15, even though it says alpaca wool in the picture. It's funny that, like, because it gives no information. So I was just going to try to see if I could see a listing to know, like, what it says. But I think that yeah. But hey, these are all really, really good questions. And for a long time, I buy like cotton yarn from Michael's to dye a lot. I'm still sad Joann's went out of business. Sorry for eating, guys. I just need to have lunch. It's awkward. I hate eating on camera. Yeah, I couldn't, yeah, I was trying to see if I could view, like, a link so then I could be like, oh, what do I think from looking at it? And so I guess I'm not sure if it would give an actual description with the fiber content, or if it would give a description more like what I saw in Shein when it was like alpaca wool yarn, blah, 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 but it doesn't have a description to say what it actually is, so then I wouldn't know. Well, the thing with cashmere especially, oh yeah, Kim, if you try to send me a link in the chat, it won't come through. I think YouTube only lets me put links in. I think it would be interesting for me to get it if I actually had the ability to test to see if the fiber content is what it says it is. The thing specifically with cashmere is that there's faux cashmere, and so a site like Shein could be saying that it's cashmere, but it might not. It might be the faux cashmere. Mm-hmm. Okay, now I need to know. Oh. What? No, I know the validation failed. Okay. Or let me search right now. So I don't know if I'm even getting that one. Okay, but so here's an example though. There's a yarn that I found, and I'm not going to pull the website over, that says pure cashmere wool yarn, cashmere fine yarn ball. You know, it goes on and on. But then under product details, it says fiber content 100% wool. And so there's another yarn that it says, you know, wool story hand painted 100% superwash merino wool in that. But then under the description, it says product details, fiber content, 100% cashmere. But then it does have information. It may actually be merino for that one. It has like a brand, and it looks like that one could be merino. I mean, it's $30 for 100 grams. So I think that this is Temu with yarn would be an example of buyer beware, because I think that what's on the yarn label would be more accurate than what is in the listing. Any tips for dyeing popsicles on cotton? Unfortunately, you cannot. Oh, and we're clearly about to do resist dyeing. Clearly, clearly we're about that poll can be done. When you want to dye yarn with food coloring, you need a wool or other animal fiber. Food coloring can stain cotton, but it won't dye it. Now, what's the difference between stain and a dye? Maybe it's a stain's a hint of color and a stain is unintentional. So like you can certainly get like a stain on the cotton and it won't be like pure nothing, pure white. I do have a video of me dyeing cotton yarn with Kool-Aid, wool yarn with Kool-Aid, and then a cotton yarn that was treated with a chemical so that way you can dye it with acid dyes or food coloring. And so, yeah, if you wanted to dye yarn with popsicles, you want to dye a wool-based yarn. And that's because of the way that cotton fibers, it's just different. The cellulose fibers are different. In order to dye them, you need a different type of dye that will bind to it in a way that otherwise the way that the acid dyes will stick to the protein fibers in wool, that just doesn't work with the cellulose fibers, unfortunately. Okay, I am going to refill and then we'll move that yarn outside, even though it's going to move things around. I'm going to refill my beverage. Nope, there we go. Oh no. Maybe we'll do something pastel with that little bit of dye in the cups while we wait for the resist. Oh, but I'm now feeling, I guess I inserted an ad and forgot. I'm feeling a tiny bit of time pressure because I realized, oh no, it's 12:20 and we wanted to do resist dyeing. I should have done the resist first is what I should have done. So we're going to set up to do that. I don't know if we'll get all the way to the end in this stream. Okay, hopefully I don't set the alarm off with the fire alarm off with the humidity. But I'm going to try to very carefully, keeping it level, take these outside. I'm watching tendrils of blue dye move through at the bottom. That roving we dyed at the very beginning, she is steamy. Okay, what do I need? Not the rove. Oh, that's what I need to do. Pan. The only thing that is done so far today is this neon rainbow yarn mop. Humidity sets off alarm, It's not the humidity, it's the condensation. So if it's really humid outside and we open the back door, and the humid hot air comes in and starts to drift up, it'll go right over the kitchen smoke detector. And I think that the steam triggers it, the condensation, or because like the camera lens will fog up in the steam, right? So if it's lens that it has, I think it probably has a lens, if that fogs up from condensation, then it triggers it like it would, like smoke would. And so it says, it'll go like, ding, ding, smoke detected. Alarm will sound. Alarm is loud. Or something like that. And then I have to find like a spoon or something to press the button so it doesn't go off. So this is our, the like fancy smoke detector. And then it also could send an alert to Keith. And so then I inevitably get a text of like, everything okay? All right. So let's make my life easier. Okay. Should I do... let's do this. I'm debating the yarn base to use. Okay. Oh, well, that's annoying. Where did that yarn go? Oh, come on. Okay, I'm stuck. Now, the counter is not perfectly clean. We may get some color on here, but since we're going to be over dyeing these with dark colors, I'm not worried. Now, what I am worried about is running out of time because I have a hard stop at 2. I probably need to stop streaming before that. The hard stop at 2, I mean, actually, it's Thursday. But see, Keith's going to come home, and he's going to need to do things like use the kitchen and stuff. Keith, are you bringing the house down again? Yeah. Nicole, soda ash will not allow food coloring to bind to cotton yarn. Food coloring is a type of acid dye, and unfortunately that's not how things work. And so while you can use fiber reactive dyes like acid dyes and fiber reactive dyes with soda ash, the same isn't true for acid dyes. Now, are there some pigments that are used in acid dye lines that maybe you could use as a fiber reactive dye? I don't know the individual pigments well enough. It is possible that that is the case. But with food coloring, unfortunately, that just won't work. My Resist zip tie collection. Okay. Let's bring a bunch out. All of these zip ties started out as white. Now, how are the zip ties able to be dyed with acid dyes and food coloring? These are nylon zip ties, and nylon is a polyamide, which is similar to the background of proteins. And it's actually that backbone of the proteins that the acid dyes bind to, because there are charges on that. Cellulose fibers are a lot more inert, and that's why you have to chemically modify them with the soda ash
I feel like I maybe wanted to put that one further down, but it's okay if things are not perfectly spaced. I'm adding 2 zip ties at various points on the yarn, so then we have spots for 6 colors. What was I going to say? So to dye cotton, you have to physically modify you're modifying it such that, and I don't know where the functional group or the actual chemistry involved. That's not something that I have information about, but I do know that with fiber reactive dyes, you are forming a covalent bond, so a permanent bond between the dye and your object. Now, a downside of fiber reactive dyes is that they can react with water, which is why you have to use so much more dye with cotton in order to get like the color that you want. Whereas with acid dyes and wool, the colors can exhaust completely, which is a perk of using it. Now, fiber reactive dyes, if you're using them like acid dyes, they can exhaust completely on wool. But if you want to use them and get that permanent bond and you're using soda ash on the wool, then again, it can start reacting with water, and so you need to use a lot more dye, and therefore there's a lot more washing, which is the downside of fiber reactive dyes. So I really hope that that's making any sense at all. I will say it's warm enough outside that that roving I dyed at the very beginning is nice and steamy. Okay, so the long and short of all of this, right now I'm preparing yarn that the goal is to dye black now, and then once we remove that, then we're going to add deep, dark, moody colors in those sections. And there will be a point where I question myself in doing this, because when adding navy in there, I'm going to feel like, can you even see this at all? Now the yellow will stand out the most. That's just the way it is, right? The purple and the navy are going to stand out less, but we're going to do it and go for it. A lot of times when I do this technique, I go for really high contrast, but there's no reason why you have to go for high contrast. You can go for much lower contrast as well. So if it comes down to the point where we'll see how quickly the colors bind, this can always become a edited video, or I suppose a short, right? I mean, it's going to be a short regardless, but Rebecca, just in case this needs to be a Dye Pot Weekly episode or something, the plan to dye black and then use the dark, like navy, cabernet, those colors in the resist points. Low contrast, moody, highest contrast with that yellow. Okay, let me get a kettle. And I actually want to quickly do a, eek, we're still at $2.65. Now, I will donate if we hit 300, so we need $35 more, and I'll donate $100. Where pot? Okay, I'm gonna put a bunch of water in here. Now, a lot of times when I do resists, I start on dry yarn because I worry about damaging the fibers less. But the nice thing about having them damp is that we're not going to pull the black dye in, maybe.
I'll add a little bit more water. I lost track of the amount. Okay, but I'm going to film this just in case. Okay, don't know how much water. We're going to add a healthy splash of vinegar. Jim, thank you for donating $10 to the Trevor Project. Thank you so much. Okay, where is my black dye? That's brown. Okay, good. I have a good amount of black. There's a lot of dye stocks that I get annoyed when I have, and so sometimes I'll mix up a dye stock, I'll have a ton of liquid dye, and then I'll be using that same color over and over and over and over again. This is not one of those situations, although I feel like I'm using almost all of it, which is hilarious. Because I was like, oh, let's go for 350 milliliters, and there's probably just like 10 milliliters of this color left. Oh well, it is what it is. Okay, 350 milliliters, oh god, of true black, and I was very enthusiastic, and it splashed. This is why you wear gloves, not gloves, safety glasses. I already added a good splash of vinegar, which means that things are going to strike really quickly. I never do this when I'm dyeing stuff inside. I really only use it for indigo. I should use longer gloves because the concern here is that dye on those zip ties can be flung, and I'd rather not fling anything anywhere. Okay, that's as much as I'm going to mix it. You can see I'm making a mess. I'm making a big mess. Okay, we don't need the lid for this project. It's not going to hurt anything. Actually, will that make things heat up faster? Maybe, maybe not. I have it, so let's put it on. I'm going to go heat this. Oh no, there's another lid in the way. Silly Rebecca. Okay, we got to do some musical burners. Okay. I'm setting a timer for 30 minutes to check in on that yarn. And so this is why I should have started with it. Oh, and I guess these gloves are dead to me now. The reason why I should have started with it is that oh, and the yarn base I used was Stroll. The reason why I should have started with doing this resist is because it takes time. And see, I was thinking so much about, okay, I want to use up these leftover neon dyes that I have, and you can see how nicely stained my counter is. This will come off a bit if I use like soap and stuff, which I'll do eventually. As I was saying, if I should have done that at the beginning, because then I would have had time to remove it, it would have cooled, and then say now I could remove the zip ties and start adding on the color. But since I'm starting this now, It's probably going to take around 20 minutes for the dye bath to even heat up. And if the color doesn't strike that quickly, then could be about an hour from now from when I remove it from the pot, which then I have to let it cool. And so that's why I'm like, oh no, I think I'm out of time. So that is the concern. And that's just poor planning on my part. Okay. But I am going to do something with those leftovers there in a moment. Refilling my soda. Hello. This is why, it's like I still have my random lunch sitting right here. This is why I should have, I should have planned better. But like the things I had written down to do first, I'm like, okay, I'm going to do that roving right away. And then I had these other yarns pre-soaked, so I did what I wanted to do. I just hadn't planned, even with resist in my head, to set that up well to do in the live stream. So, gosh, maybe this will be one of my first yarns that's only dyed in a short. I don't know. But I will see this through. It's just probably not going to be able to happen in the stream. So please forgive me. Well, that's not Keith, but someone's texting me. We're so close. We're at 275. Wanted to see. Keith did text me, but I didn't hear it. Do I have my notifications off? No. Maybe I just was doing something else. Yes, but it is too late, so don't bother. He was offering to get me lunch. I'm still streaming. Saying all of this out loud to chat. When I say I'm open and transparent, oh my gosh. I need to cool down. Oh man, I wish, so my grandfather is really old, like in his 90s old. And I really, really want to go swimming in his pool, which my aunt opened just basically for the kids, because then they go and they splash and it brings my grandfather with dementia joy. And then even if the next week he doesn't remember why he's happy, he's still the feeling persists. And so then that's really fun. But we haven't had a weekend day that it's been nice enough. He's only he lives close by to me, so that's not, but the issue is just time. But I would love to go swimming today, but we have a playoff game. And so, Little League. Does your total, the total should, Amy, the total should include your 20. I mean, I can't see, I don't think I see a list of donations, but I'm gonna check. Oops, I tried to open that in incognito, and that is obviously not gonna work. I currently cannot see the chat. Because if Yeah, I don't see individuals. What I can see and then see in the end are when someone gives me a super chat. So, and today you don't super chat me, but there's like a dollar sign by the chat. That is it possible that that's where the fundraising button is currently, where like people can give to me directly. And so in my back end, I have a list that I can go see. How far back does it go? Oh my gosh, I can go back and see super chats from, I mean, if I scroll all the way, I can see all of the super chats that have ever been given to me, which is actually really, really sweet and kind. And it's fun to see some names like on that list that maybe I still see around today. And so I am so unbelievably thankful for all of your support. But the only information I get about people's donations is when it pops up in the chat. No, if you use the link that I've pinned in the chat, if you use the link that I have pinned, then it won't pop up a notification at all. I think it only says that there was a donation when it's through YouTube. So when it's through that donate now button on the chat, or the donate button next to, there's like a widget that says well, here, let me do this better. We're gonna Inception this. Anonymous just donated $25. I think that brought us over the limit. Or not the limit. Okay, well here, I'm gonna do this right here before I'm gonna donate $100. Thank you. Oh no. 100. Woohoo! I'm so excited. See? Receipt! I did it! I did it, just like I promised. Oh no, I want to have my Inception moment. Where is my... Here we go. Nope. Where did it go? Did it disappear? That's really annoying. Oh no, it came. It's just my computer is being very slow. Okay. I'm gonna move this down. Goal! Okay, so we're gonna have our Inception moment. Here we go. Web browsing. Okay, at the bottom of chat here, so there's that little donate now button, that little heart. That's one way to donate. The other way to donate is if you see like this widget here, we're now at $400 raised. There is the donate button that is right here. And so those are the two ways to donate through YouTube. There you go. That's where I wanted to be. So those are the ways that you can donate through YouTube versus, but you can also go directly to Trevor Project's website and donate through them. Yeah. I just figured it's worth showing. And then we have, like, in the stream, proof that I followed through with my promise and that I donated. Oh, man. Because, like, not, you know, it's not that, you know, if I say I'm going to donate, I don't want anyone to ever think that I don't. Which, actually, I plan to die a little more, but I'm going to sit and talk and see if I then... Actually, I can track my husband on a map. Because I know he's about to walk through the door. Oh, he's still far away. Oh, he's not that far, actually. Okay, because if he's going to be showing up soon. Well, it's still like... Yeah, he's like 10 minutes away, so he'll be walking through the door, potentially. And then running directly upstairs, I'm assuming. So therefore, I will wait, and then I'll start the project. Oh, but speaking of donations, and now I'm sure that a lot of you are aware of this kind of thing, but so the donation money, it's not coming through me. I'm never touching any of this money. YouTube is collecting the money and then sending it to the Trevor Project. And so, but sometimes, for whatever reason, there are creators who, because of like the way things work, might stream and they might raise money, collect the donations, and then make the donation to the charity themselves. Whereas all of you that donated, like YouTube's going to send you a receipt. You can use that for your taxes if you need to, or anything. You get that receipt. But if a creator is collecting the money to donate, an individual doesn't get the receipt. And sometimes I've seen cases of people being like, oh, this creator does this fundraiser. They're doing it for the tax benefit. So if a creator is collecting money to then give to a charity, they do have to report it on their taxes, but they have to report it both as income and as charitable giving. So therefore, if a creator, say, raises $10,000 and then donates that money, and they're raising that from their chat, technically, they have to report that $10,000 on their income, as income, but then also as a donation. So they're not earning like a tax break from that, unless they don't report it as income, and then they would. But then they're being nefarious for other reasons. I certainly will. And if we hear him come in, then you guys might get to say hi to him too. Oh, and I'm going to tell him that he can walk in. Hopefully he's not checking this on the, you can come in. And then I recommend you go upstairs. Yeah, so it would be fraud to not report it all the way. And so, but it's funny, and I don't comment on things on Reddit or whatever ever. And so part of me want to be it's not they're not earning money by doing that. Yes, they get credit for the donation, but also they have to report all that money that was deposited. If it's deposited into their bank account, they have to report that as income. And if it's a large sum of money like that, the organization that sends the money to them is obligated to report that to the IRS. I should do a Father's Day video with the Chem husband, Chem dad. Keith has been in, I think, 2 or 3 videos. There may be some clips of him helping me make the warping board. He was Keith from ChemKnits in the April Fool's Day video a few years ago. And there's a video I posted of some outtakes from my Kickstarter, and he had a brief appearance in that. But otherwise, he doesn't. I do want to have him try to dye yarn, or maybe have the kids try to tell him what to do to dye yarn. I haven't figured out a good way to do this, and he's open to doing it. There's just hasn't ever been a time when we've done that. You started selling cross-stitch patterns and you're low-key hoping they don't take off. Your taxes are complicated enough as is. Oh man, this is why I stay on Etsy, because they collect sales tax for me and pay it to all 50 states. Or not all 50 states require sales tax, but yeah, they do it for all the states that otherwise I would have to do myself. And so I'm I don't know how people deal with that. There's probably accountant services and stuff, but oh no. Because for a while before Massachusetts passed the law, I would, on items that would require sales tax, I would collect it just for Massachusetts, and then I would report the percent of my sales that were in Massachusetts versus out of Massachusetts, how much tax I collected, and then pay the $20 to the state. Because in Massachusetts, yarn is not taxed. Now, I don't know if Etsy taxes everything, and so that is what it is, but yarn that can be used for clothing is not taxed in Massachusetts. But then, okay, but the other thing I wanted to talk about is, so according to TikTok, TikTok, I'm gatekeeping yarn dyeing knowledge. So I posted 2 videos this week, 2 shorts. The first one was, should you ask indie dyer questions? And I said no. And then went on to explain that, like, I am happy to answer questions. Just because I like to answer questions doesn't mean that every indie dyer should you should ask every dyer questions, and that it can be rude to ask someone about where to buy their bare yarn, their tools, and equipment. Now, it's not necessarily rude to ask a question. The rudeness is to expect and feel entitled to an answer. And oh yes, Jacqueline, this is stuff I go over in videos frequently. But I figured, I was like, I should put this in my FAQs. I'll make a short on it. And like, it's funny because on YouTube, people know me well. I feel like on Facebook, people know me well. On Instagram, I think people may not know me as well. And on TikTok, people don't know me at all. So it's been very amusing to see the kinds of responses I've received on each of the different platforms. And none of it bothers me at all, because clearly people who call me a gatekeeper or call me selfish didn't hear the parts of the video where I say I share everything down to my recipes. Like, you know, they don't know me, and so therefore they're so wrong that, like, it is hilarious. Yes, and I mean, lots of people will not give out their recipes, and that's totally fine. And the big thing, and I made the follow-up video because I sort of realized that asking someone, you know, hey, what piece of equipment is that? Where do you get this? Do you have recommendations of where a beginning dyer should start? You're asking them for a favor. You're asking them to do work. You're asking them to teach. And they are not obligated to do that for you, even if, yes, maybe it wouldn't take very long. Maybe, like, sharing the equipment you use with someone isn't that big of a deal. But they don't have to respond to those questions, because that takes time. And so not wanting to deal with questions like that aren't related to customers interested in buying your yarn, no one's obligated to do that. Now, obviously, I answer every question. I am happy to share everything, but that's what I do, and my choice and my joy and my pleasure to answer questions and share that information. And because I think that we have a wonderful community here of people sharing information and of new dyers starting out, I feel like I need to give the reminder that, hey, not everyone wants all these questions. Not everyone is willing to answer all these questions, and that's okay. Like, don't go out and, like, you know, be polite, but maybe say, hey, is it okay if I ask you some questions about your dyeing process? Like, give them an opportunity to say no and respect that. And of course, it's different asking, like, hey, what kind of warming device is that? I haven't seen something like that before. If someone's showing, like, a behind-the-scenes clip of their videos and asking, what dye color is that blue? That's really beautiful. Or, where do you get that yarn base? I want to go buy some. Because then, clearly, you're looking to not buy from that supplier. Yeah, and even with a dyer showing part of the dyeing process, and I think the hard thing, and the reason why on other platforms where I only post short form content, the reason why they don't know me is because they don't see my longer videos where I'm giving measurements and things and sharing the yarn base. Because if I'm posting a 2-minute video, there's not space for me to share all those details. And so that's why, like, they may not know me, but also if they watched, like, a little bit more into the video, they would hear me say, I am happy to share all information and answer any questions about my dyeing. So that's why it's hilarious, because it's like, oh, you know, when people are like, did you even read the article? When they're commenting about something, because I'm like, that's not the conclusion of the article or of that scientific study. It's like, did you even watch the video? I share because I'm a natural teacher. Oh, thank you. I really appreciate that. And, like, for my business, like, it makes sense for me to share and teach. Like, that's how I started. That's how people find me and then decide to buy my yarn. But thankfully, I do get paid, in a sense, even if you aren't buying my yarn, because I get paid through YouTube, through affiliate links. In my descriptions, I link to things from Knit Picks and Amazon. Those are the two companies I link to the most these days. But you know, I may become affiliates for other brands at some point, and I always very clearly mark the affiliate links. I get paid by YouTube and Facebook for ad revenue. Facebook is a new one. It's very exciting. And so, like, all of those are things where maybe it's money you would be spending anyway. You're not handing me money directly, but I'm still earning something for the time that goes in. I make a lot more money selling yarn than, like, all these other things. Oh, and I have a Patreon. There's YouTube, like, memberships, which I'm not trying to promote, like, ways you can give me money right now. If you want to give me money, give it to the Trevor Project today. But just sharing, like, the way my business is structured, I can do this. And it's all marketing for my yarn, right? So, and so let's see, do you have any tips for growing your audience on YouTube? I would say just enjoy what you're doing. And I think if you're enjoying what you do, then maybe that'll come through on camera, hopefully. I started ChemKnits as like a personal, almost diary lab notebook to keep track of my knitting projects. And honestly, there wasn't something like Ravelry at the time, and so I was looking for ear flap hat knitting patterns. So I started making this list in like I don't think Google Docs even existed. So in Word, or maybe even in Excel, I was making a list of like the pattern name, the link, and then my notes on it. And I realized it would be handy if someone had this list. So I made a blog and put that list in a blog post. And that's how people started finding me at the beginning. And so, like, it's funny the way, like, I started the YouTube channel so I could make some videos to put on my blog. And some of the earliest videos were because people that I knew, like my sister-in-law, had some questions about how to do things. So I still filmed videos for her that I posted on YouTube. And yeah, one of the points I made is, would you go into a restaurant and ask for a recipe? And they're like, well, it's more like going into a restaurant and asking what the ingredients are. Now, someone could say, oh, asking someone what type of yarn are you dyeing? That's a reasonable question. What type of dyes are you using? That's reasonable, not invasive. What dye brands and dye colors becomes more invasive? And not to me. Again, you can ask me this. Please ask me this. But for like a restaurant, there's a difference between saying, hey, what ingredients are in this soup? I have allergies. Or do you know where your meat comes from? Is it local? Does it come from somewhere else? Those are customer service questions. Asking, hey, what's your supplier for your produce? I'm thinking about starting a restaurant. People may be totally fine to share that, others may not. And so that, I guess, was my real point, is that, like, which I should have, I probably should have said it more in the way I did the second video, and that, like, you can ask questions, but you're not obligated to get an answer. But it's the way that, like, and the problem, and this could be a problem because dyeing yarn is, and a lot of arts are hobbies for some people, and they want to do it as a hobby and explore it, which is wonderful. But sometimes the content creator, it's their business. They're showing a little bit behind the scenes to showcase a product, so that way someone might go check out their shop and buy it. They're showcasing the product to sell something versus to teach, which is totally fine, because the way that the world works, Instagram doesn't show still photos to people anymore, right? They want videos. And so I think that it's like a hard thing for people, and so yeah, And I guess the other thing with the gatekeeping is like the information exists out there. If you search where to buy yarn, on the first page there will actually be a blog post from me. And if you search for that and see that, then click on it, because that helps. But yeah, there's a blog post from me that is high up in the search results. And not everything needs to be a resource that I provided, but a lot of the information on what you need to get started dyeing yarn is out there for free. And it's funny, I think someone replied to a comment being like, well, finding an expert and asking them is doing research. But finding an expert who is a teacher and offering to teach is you doing research. Finding an expert who does something but hasn't offered to teach is going up to someone and asking them to do the work for you. And there are so many of us that are happy to teach that, you know, like, no one has to, like, and, you know, other dyers don't need to point people my direction for people who want to learn. I'm more than happy to have them send people my way, but I also have a shop. So I'm also technically a competitor in some kind of ways, right? And I would say overall the community is very supportive and people are willing to help each other. If you are an indie dyer business owner, there is a Facebook group for indie dyer business owners where people help each other out all the time. It's not a group for, say, beginners, but people are happy to share information to help with wholesale contracts and, like, being like, is this a fair agreement with this shop? Or have you done a trunk show? How do you structure it? Or I'm doing this in-person show. Was this worthwhile for you? And so there's people in that group who may not want to share some of the info, and then they just don't reply, and others who do. And so a group like that is a great place to ask questions, right? Hi, Keith! Yay! Are you home? If you're home, you can come inside. You just made my day. But hilariously, I'm talking about the gatekeeping stuff I've talked about tons to you, so I'm sure you're sick of this. But Keith, give the video a thumbs up. Okay, he's either home or nearly home. But yeah, you can come inside. Just go upstairs. Indy's up in your office. I love you. That just made my day. I'm getting all flushed. Which is silly, because he's going to walk through the door and I'm going to see him. But, like, this tickled me. But again, so the people being like, oh, it's selfish, you're gatekeeping. And I'm like, I guess you missed the point where I say I'm happy to do it, but just because I do it doesn't mean everyone wants to do it, right? And so it's something I find, like, so hilarious. Now, I'll wait a bit before I post this one. Around the same time I filmed the original one, I filmed a video talking about, like, ethics of yarn dyeing and how you shouldn't go to someone's shop to copy them, right? Like, you shouldn't go look at someone's colorway and try to duplicate that, especially if you're interested in selling your own yarn. Now, there's obvious exceptions. Sometimes there'll be a dyer who's like, hey, everyone replicate this colorway. Like, let's all do our own version of this. Like, things like that, obviously participate in. Or someone might film tutorials and give recipes and therefore invite you to do it. That's okay. You might see someone share content on social media on a way that they dye yarn and think, that's a really cool technique. I haven't tried that. I'm going to put my own spin on it. That is totally okay. Whenever I do that... Oh. I need a spoon. Yeah, that black yarn still needs more time. It's hot though, so that's good. Oh, but I have nothing in the other steamer basket. This is goofy, Rebecca. It's like I can turn that off because it's empty. But But yeah, oh, but my point is, like, I share recipes. I don't mind if people replicate my colorways. I think that I would prefer, if you're going to have a shop, I would prefer you not try to just copy all the things I've done. I don't mind you like doing my techniques, but you should put your own spin on it, right? But there's no problem with someone dyeing yarn in the same colors, in the same way that I did, and listing it in their shop, because I'm providing this information and inviting you to do so. Now, if you want to start your own shop, like, pick something, like pick a favorite movie, pick a favorite artist, a cartoon, nature, pick something around you to draw your color inspiration from and to use for your color palettes. Don't pick your color palettes by looking at a popular indie dyer and going through their shop, you know? And so that is my, that's my point with that one, is just like, you know, and obviously no one owns a colorway. Two dyers can create the same colorway in a vacuum. Sometimes people might get upset and be like, I think I was just copied and had my colorway stolen. May or may not have happened. No one can own a colorway. We can't copyright a colorway. There's no way to protect that. It's just, yeah, do your own thing. And I think this goes back to the like asking and answering questions. And there have been some really interesting comments, I think, on Instagram of other people sharing their stories where, hey, I spent a lot of time helping someone who was a beginner dyer, answering a lot of questions, only for them to go and open a shop and duplicate a lot of the colorways that I was talking to them about. And that really hurt, you know, and the dyer said that really hurt my feelings. Because, you know, it's like on one hand, you know, I'm spending all this time helping someone to dye something similar to yarn of mine that they like, knowing that they're never going to buy anything from me, but they're still helping them, only for them to go and like compete with them directly. And so that kind of thing is hard. And so I think that the competition reason is a small one on the scale of why dyers may or may not share what it is, want to share details. I think that the like time and maybe not wanting to teach is a bigger factor, but all of this, like, most of it, I guess most of it is moot because I teach, I answer questions, right? So there's that. And I ask if someone is in my ChemKnits Lab Facebook group, one of the rules is that if you're going to be sharing your yarn in your projects, you are open, technically, and I haven't been policing this in a while, technically people should share the fiber content, the dye type, and information about the technique with everything they share. But by sharing yarn that you've dyed in my group, you are open to questions on that. And so if it's something that is super proprietary with the technique, don't share it in the group, because the point of the group is to have a place where people can ask each other questions. So the alpaca farm had that happen. Oh, they trained someone who then opened another alpaca farm literally down the road from their main store. Oh, that's so hard. That's so hard. Jacqueline, I did talk to a dyer about their process and setup and then walked away with 6 skeins on accident. Oh, that's like a wonderful thing. And like, it's wonderful to thank someone and buy some of their yarn, which is not me pressuring any of you to do that. Like, I understand, and I'm thankful that from the support of many of you, I'm able to do this and provide all of this for free. And so, yeah, I mean, so I think part of the problem is that there isn't really intellectual property when it comes to dyed textiles. That's not something, like, the intellectual property is on the photographs and the videos of that yarn. That's where you have the protection, but not on the actual, you can't get a design patent on a colorway, you know. Question, have I thought about doing a dyeing collab video with another dyer or group of dyers where you all use the same inspo picture and see what gets created? I used to do something like that more generally. I used to do a monthly dye along where I would pick an image and then I would ask people to submit their pictures to me of what they dyed using that same photo, and then I would do a recap featuring all of that. And I did that. I stopped doing that regularly, except for, I guess, the rainbow streams. I stopped doing that regularly around, which I guess it's almost 2 years now, around when my mom died, I think was around when I stopped. And that is mainly because I think it got to be too much, but also I had been struggling a little bit with the dye-alongs for a while, not because I don't like streaming, but I was trying to do them in evenings, and streaming in the evenings became really challenging for me, like energy-wise, and so that became really tricky. I'm not opposed to, and also the recap videos didn't do well. But now with shorts, I could do a recap as a short, so I'm not officially asking, should I bring it back, because I know the answer would be yes, and I'm not prepared to bring that back yet. I feel like I'm still not back at 100%, even though it's close, but I'm still having a hard time. I'll be honest, and I can say that with a smile. But maybe not on a regular basis, but I would enjoy doing something like that again. Yes, the and part of the purpose of those dye-alongs was to show, hey, you know, two people using a similar technique, maybe we'll create something that looks very similar, maybe they'll create something that looks really different. And so part of it was, hey, in a vacuum, now like the colorways that I'm dyeing today, are there hundreds and hundreds of dyers who have rainbow colorways somewhat like this? Yes. You know, like that's not, and like the unicorn farts tutorial that I mentioned, like there's a lot of versions of that type of colorway. There's some things that a lot of people do their own version of, and that is totally okay. You just, you know, my advice is don't go to someone's shop and then like duplicate all their listings. Hey Jim, you can reach out to me on Etsy to chat about that. You thanked me earlier for the Gothic Rainbow because I gave you so much inspiration for something related but different. But yes, but again, I provide recipes because I am inviting you to try either what I did step by step, but I think most of you watching would want to put your own spin on something and not just dupe it for the sake of duping it. But you know what? I dye limited colorways and things sell out. For example, I don't have any more of that Gothic Rainbow yarn remaining. And so maybe I'll dye up more again, but maybe I won't. And so therefore, if there's something you love that is no longer available in my shop, then you can dye your own version. Or if like around $30 for hand-dyed yarn is steep, because it is steep, then maybe you need to dye your own, and I'm providing recipes so that way you can get something close. So I think that it's all, I don't know, I just thought it's funny because a lot of times if I posted a video and tons of people were disagreeing with me, then maybe my feelings would get hurt. Like, but my feelings don't even get hurt when like I share a video of roving I dyed and people are like, I thought it was intestines, or I thought it was, and I'm just like, ew, gross. Or I'm like, that's funny, but also like, this is giving it engagement, which is helping it in the algorithm, which helps the channel. So it doesn't, I have pretty thick skin when it comes to social media comments. I mean, I don't do well about comments like about my appearance or anything like that. Those can hurt, but again, I have pretty thick skin. And so that's why also like the like if someone were to read the transcript of the video when they were calling me selfish and a gatekeeper, it's just like, I know you didn't watch the whole thing, and if you had, then you would know that that's not the case. And I don't care that you think that I'm a gatekeeper, because I have over 1,000 videos of me teaching people how to dye yarn and sharing recipes. So I think that that makes me not a gatekeeper. I keep waiting for Keith to walk in. Hey, I've been waiting for you to walk through the door before I go and do something else. ... Do I dye much anymore with food-based dyes? Not as much as I used to, for sure, because can't beat having a black. But I do still do the occasional food coloring based video. I think the most recent one was those drink mixes. I don't want to sing. When did the drink mixes video come out? Why am I not seeing it? Okay, so 4 months ago is the last time I posted a video, but I feel like the red 3 ban, maybe that happened around then, because I've posted shorts since then. Hello, you can say hello out loud. Are you gonna peek? Just, yeah, leave that there. I'm almost done, but I think I'm going to do one more project. But it's funny, I was like, oh, Keith's like 12 minutes from home, so I'm just going to sit here and chat until he walks through the door. Were you waiting outside? Oh, okay. Did you stop for food? Where'd you eat?
Okay, pizza.
Oh, that's why you were in the neighborhood. And I was like, oh, he's coming through the door any second. I'm jelly. What'd you get?
Chicken bacon ranch.
Oh, man!
If you wanted it, you said no.
I know, but I was thinking, I didn't think you were going to stop at that place.
Okay, bye.
Bye. I can't even see the chat yet right now. And so, oh. Because I was looking for when the video was. Oh, a bunch of people say hi! You want more food-based dyes? If you're a gatekeeper, I'm keeping the gate open for people to learn. Yeah. Yes, so Sandy was saying that they blend their own colors rather than buying pre-mixed hues. And so a lot of dyers will do that, and they do that specifically because they do that specifically so that way their recipes are unique and someone can't, like, sometimes I could look at a video and guess, not that I try to reverse engineer, but I'm like, okay, I know what color that is right there. Like, sometimes I can just tell because there's some colors that are so distinct, but blending your own colors is a great way to make your stuff unique. Okay, I'm gonna hop back up to the counter now. That's why it took so long, because he was actually eating. How dare he? Ooh, I just tweaked my neck. That hurt. Hey, the water is clear on the resist yarn, so that took 45 minutes. I am not going to even remove it from the dye bath. I'm going to do that tomorrow, and I will film all of that to either do a short or something. I mean, technically I need to film the dye pot PS tomorrow, but Yes. Okay, I have those dyes. I mean, okay, this is what we're gonna do. I have a dry sock blank. This is a Knit Picks Hawthorne sock blank. It is 80% superwash fine Highland wool, 20% polyamide. Popping it into a shoebox. And let's get some water. Here's some water with some acid in it already. Use it for the yarn mop. Cabernet is great for some beautiful blends. Ooh. I mean, I did that color mixing with Cabernet, but the problem is Cabernet sometimes has some particly bits that don't dissolve well. Okay, so I don't want it just scrunched up like that. I want it to be scrunched a little bit more. I guess this is what it is. Randomly. Probably should have used less water. And I should probably put on gloves. It's funny because obviously this has not pre-soaked for very long. This was dry when I added it in, and my hands are too wet. My hands are too wet to go in the gloves. But we're going to do something that was originally one of my plans, and I was going to do it in a big pan, but I have so much stuff set up cold anyway. I'm going to set that aside for now. I will probably add a little more yellow to the yellow. Oof, the bottom of this is so dirty because it was on my rug. Oh, this is why we wear safety goggles. Do. That point in a live stream where Rebecca starts getting a little bit cuckoo. In that I start to alert like the clock. Okay. I'm going to start singing about cereals or something at some point. Okay. I'm going to add a little bit more yellow to the yellow because of these colors, which looks like it's the most pigmented. You know what? I mean, I know the plan is to be a little bit pastel. Got this leftover of the fluorescent yellow. Why not use that? I mean, I could pump up the volume of all the colors, but I'm not going to. I love that that one cup still says brown 1 on it. Do I ever use the oven to set my dyes? No, I don't. But Kim, I'll come back to that in a moment. Because and there's acid in the water already. I don't know how much. But we are going to dye this the wrong way. Things are going to spread out so much. Now, because I'm going to be blending a bit, this isn't the perfect, quote, vertical stripes project that I know people were looking for. But, oh dear, I thought it would be fun to take these leftovers and do this. Even though it's mostly going to be pink, yellow, and green, we should get some rainbowy bits in there. And now there's already acid in here. My plan is I think I'm going to let it sit about 15 minutes, and then I'll probably move it. I'll probably move it, and oh, there's one last thing I'm going to do today. So I'll probably move that in a minute, but what I'm going to do, and I'm going to cover it for now. Now, unlike some of the other things we've used so far today, this is a superwash yarn. Things should strike a little bit faster than non-superwash yarns, okay? But I'm going to go get the one project that needs to go in the steamer basket now. Oh my God! Actually, I can set you right on top. Okay, we are steamy. The colors have spread. You know how they were all dots? They've like moved through the fibers in a way I don't think I anticipated. And that is so cool. I'm just realizing I'm not all the way on camera. But this is that roving that we dyed at first. We've got 200 grams of roving here. I'm going to carefully pick it up. Oh my gosh. The bottom! It blended. Oh my God. Oh my God, this is so cool. Not what I expected. Okay, now I'm going to steam set that for 30 minutes. And the little bit of dye that's in here, we're going to leave that behind. So you know what happened? There was enough liquid in there. That things blended together in a really cool way. The only problem with it is that I used the most expensive fiber I have. Oh, I never did the unboxing. Maybe I'll do that as like a short or a reel. The only problem with using that, like, what's the fiber? I'll show you. It's just, it's expensive on knit picks, okay? Here we go. Okay, so like wool of the Andes roving, ooh, that's gone up. It's $7 for 100 grams. Okay, stroll roving, $10, swish roving, 10, gloss, 15. So you know what? I guess being 15 and then going up to 18 isn't so bad. But comparing 18 to 7, it's expensive, like for 100 grams. And so and I think I started charging more. I used to charge only $25 for wool of the Andes roving that I dyed. I think I upped that to, because of like labor, to around the same as some of the others. But this roving that just went in the pot is not going to be $25, right? It's not going to be like $60, but yeah, I have to, you know, there are sometimes I don't make a profit, and usually that's around my Black Friday sale, where some of the yarns that I like, because I'll do like buy a mystery skein, buy a second one for $10, and $10 is below the like break even point if you include like the gloves and dye and yarn and everything for a lot of the yarns. But I don't mind doing that for Black Friday. It moves inventory, gives everyone a chance to get stuff. So I don't mind doing discounts where I might take a little bit of a loss on some yarn sometimes. But that's because I can do that because I have like the Patreon, I have you guys watching videos, and that gives me some leeway to do that. Okay. There's a question from Kim. Do I ever use the oven? And I'm going to be signing off soon. If you guys have questions, bring them in now, because I'll probably only chat a little bit longer. I've done 4 hours. Not bad, not bad. Do I ever use an oven to set my dyes? I don't, because my oven is hard to clean. It's not that I'm opposed to using an oven per se, but the act of moving the pan into the oven and back out, things would tip and move. And so also with filming, it's hard and awkward to check like how things are going. So I prefer the stovetop. And so I heat most of it on top of either my gas burners, or I do have an electric hot plate that I use in some of my videos to heat set the yarn. Now, I don't measure the temperature. Ideally, I try to get the heat to be just below a boil, which in Fahrenheit, oh my gosh, my brain. Okay, yeah, so boiling water is around 212 degrees. I think my goal is try to be around 200, right? So sometimes I might bring things to a boil and reduce it. A lot of times my stuff hits a boil, and that happens. Kim, you are not bothering me. Please never apologize for asking me questions. I love it. This is, even if I'm saying like, no, that's not something I do, it's still worthwhile for me to be asked the question and share the answer, because some of you may have a different choice. Some of you may prefer to use the oven, and some of you may be deciding what you want to use for dyeing yarn, and then maybe the question and the answer will inspire someone to try something. And so this is why I do these on live streams, so that way I can answer questions like this. So you're bringing me joy, and thank you for asking so many questions. Did I scratch my nose? I'll be right back. It could just be the light, or okay. It was just a shadow. I don't have a bloody nose. I had to check. Oh, I apologize for everything myself. So, yeah, I can understand that. What else did I want to share? If you've stuck around this whole time, or you're just tuning in, you can always go back and watch from the replay from the beginning. Some people like to watch me at 2x speed when I stream. Unfortunately, I don't have timestamps in my live streams. If I ever had an assistant, that's one of the things I would be asking them to do would be to go back and add timestamps so there could be chapters after the fact. Yeah, a lot of teas don't need boiling water. That's right. Yes, and I am reminding myself, remove ads from processed stream. And I'll try to do that tomorrow morning. I'm trying to remember if there are any other things. I had tons of more things I wanted to do today, like finishing the resist yarn, but again, I'll do that probably tomorrow. The unboxing that I didn't do, I was like, oh, I could bring out some SMSMS yarn that's left still in the shop. I didn't do that. I was gonna go and show like, hey, if you want this yarn base, this is the colorway available. I think that the only yarn base I have, I could be wrong. Actually, let's do that right now. Why not? Okay, so for night 1 of the SMSMS, which I should drop that link into the chat. Spring mini skein. I know I said the link still says pre-orders, but it's just the mini skein sets. I have a bunch of sock blanks still from multiple different nights. I have a lot of the 2 bonus skeins as well. So quickly, Rebecca, da, 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 da. That is not the thing that I share. Here we go. Here we go. All right. Here, here, here. Okay. So I have this mystery skein add-on that comes with Progress Keeper. It still comes wrapped. I have it in all the different yarn bases that I've listed, except for the zebra is sold out, but I have it in sock, DK, worsted, and in both DK and sock with the multicolored neps. The neon rainbow yarn mops I have in, I may have on every single base including zebra, which I'm not looking at. Hopefully I did not mess up that inventory. If I did, I'd have to dye one to order. So that's a good thing about the neon rainbow yarn mop, is that if I made a mistake and I'm out of a particular yarn base, I can dye that up for you. Okay, so then of the mini skein sets, there's only a few yarn bases available remaining, and so then I will show you the yarns I have. So from night 1, I believe I have, so this is the rainbow for the set of 5. So I have 2 yarn bases. I have the Superwash Blend DK, that is the yarn base B. That is 75% Superwash Merino, 25% nylon. And then I have the colorway H, which is the Merino Yak Blend. This one is 70% Superwash Merino, 20% Yak, 10% nylon. So these are, I have 2 of the DK ones. Okay, for night 2, I have 1 left. This is the yarn base E, 75% Superwash Merino wool, 25% nylon. This is shades of Caribbean blue. From night 3, I have 1 skein yet. It is yarn base G, a sparkle sock, 75% Superwash Merino, 20% nylon, 5% Stellina. G, I think, is the only base that I have multiple colorways in from multiple nights. The other ones, if you pick like yarn base E, you're gonna get this yarn, you know. Okay, and then night 4, I have 2 of G that I keep threatening to keep for myself because I have a lot of other rainbow yarns I kept from the year everything was rainbow. These are both sparkle. So I said sparkle is the only one I have for multiple nights. I have one from 3, 2 from night 4, the rainbow one, in the 2 different types of colorway. Now, I can't guarantee, if you order the sparkle one and request one, I can't guarantee that you will get it, because if someone else ordered it and requested it like a minute before you, if you're requesting a specific one of the sparkle, I will do my best, but I can't guarantee. And then there's 2 more of these guys. One of them is yarn-based J. This is the merino silk. It's 80% superwash merino wool, 20% silk. And then I have one that is yarn D. It is a fingering weight sock yarn that is 3-ply, 75% superwash merino, 25% nylon. And my weird face is because I don't know what's on the timer. Okay. Oh, it's for what's on the counter. For me to bring that outside, but that can sit there while I clean up. I wanted it to have at least 15 minutes. Look at this one curl. I'm amused by that. Let's see. Wait, anonymous donated $20 and another anonymous donated $50. Guys, thank you so much. Oh, now is when it's like I showed off the yarn, and now I can get really emotional about like doing this fundraiser for the Trevor Project, because I think we've now raised $470 for the Trevor Project. Thank you, thank you, thank you. This means the world to me. And it's funny, my kids are young. I know my kids are young, and I'm doing my best to raise them to be inclusive and supportive, and to know that I will support them, whomever they are, as they explore who they are. I'm on their side. But that doesn't mean that they might not be scared to tell me things about themselves. They may not be scared to share the feelings and the thoughts that they have that are so personal that they may not want to come to us. They may not feel, it would break my heart if they don't feel safe, but they may not feel safe talking to me. And so for an organization like the Trevor Project to be available, to have people to provide crisis intervention, support, young people who are figuring out their identity, their sexuality, who they are. Like, being a teenager is so hard and so challenging. And so for the Trevor Project to be available 24/7 to help young people who need someone to talk to, it's so important. And, if anyone needs a mom hug, here's a mom hug from me. It's like, and I know people often know things when they're at a young age, and I think that we, at least for my kids, they're like, the only this might be embarrassing, the only thing I like is like, you can't marry your brother. But otherwise they know that, like, oh, they could end up, like, they could marry a boy, they could marry a girl, that, like, we try to show all different types of families through books and things, and so that way I don't know. I know that I'm very lucky to live in the community I live in Massachusetts, and I know that not everywhere do people feel safe. And I hope that you know that you're safe with me, and that I hope to help make things more safe for other kids. Because I'm like, I mean, I'm far enough into the stream, but like, I know that there are groups of kids where the rates of self-harm are higher and they need our support. Anonymous, thank you so much for the $10 donation. And I feel emotional about this because I cannot imagine not supporting my kids. And so, but I know friends who are afraid to tell their parents. Parents who were extremely supportive, right? But still afraid to tell them and to come out. And I'm hoping that as my kids' generation grows up, that it's not going to feel like a big deal, but also I am realistic and know that families are scared. Parents are scared for their children, and that the need for support is as important now as it ever is. Yeah, and so I think that, and it's funny, and we also talk about labels and how, like, you know, this is what this label means, but oftentimes, like, it doesn't have to be, like, defined. You get to pick for yourself how you want to define who you are, you know? And, but anyway, I think I get emotional because I can imagine one of my own children being in crisis. And I want to make sure they know that even if they don't want to talk to me, that there is somewhere they can go and there's someone they can talk to. And the same goes for my kids' friends. Like, it's a reason why I'm like, okay, on a big shelf in our living room, like prominently displayed, we have the Everyone is Awesome, the like rainbow Progress Pride flag Lego set thing, because I want their friends to know that I am a safe grown-up, because I want to be able to help kids if they need it, right? And we're lucky that our school, I mean, a lot of school districts are supportive, but I live in Massachusetts, so I know that not everyone, I live in a community that maybe is easier for people than some others, and so I'm not being eloquent or coherent, but as a parent, as a human who cares about other humans, because I believe people have the right to love whom they love, and that's not my business, but it's my business as a neighbor to support my neighbors. You know, like, I think that services like the Trevor Project are so vital. Yeah. And thank you all for sharing stories in the comments. But yeah, and that's why I feel like it's important to do this, because, you know, I love Pride and seeing Pride parades and the joy around them, and I don't ever want to co-opt it, and so that's why I'm like, I love rainbows. Like, I adore rainbows. I'm an artist. Like, rainbows are a huge part of my soul, you know? And I'm like, this feels like the best way for me to support Pride Month is to not only create some really fun, happy, pretty yarn, or even dark, moody rainbow yarn, which we're going to be working on tomorrow, although not in the stream, that I can also fundraise for the Trevor Project and help. I don't know, maybe there's someone who has never heard of the Trevor Project before. You know? I mean, they do a pretty good job, like, spreading the word, but if one person can learn that it exists because I was talking about it, and therefore share it with someone, and like if I can help even one person, then that's a win. Which is like how I feel about yarn dyeing too. If I can provide something that is helpful, whether it's entertaining or information or inspiration to any one person, I'm doing my job. And sometimes that one person is me. I inspire myself to do other things. And so this, yeah, I'm definitely rambling. My brain fog is high, but this, and you know, I do this every year in June for, I'm not sure how many years now, that I've, oh, I could actually, I'm not going to go look that up. And so, yeah, I think that the world definitely needs people to be compassionate, and empathetic, and yeah, but most of the time I just escape the world into happy yarn. But this is something I'm very passionate about and proud to support and share. So, thank you all. And I'm like, things are a little blurry right now. But yeah, I try to be honest and share my authentic self as best as one can share when you're sitting in a room by yourself talking to yourself. I know I'm not talking to myself, I'm talking to all of you who are still here watching, but I think you know what I mean. And yeah. But now I'll transition to my dual wielding hydration ridiculousness. Oh my gosh. Yeah. It's Keith's fault for my first big cup. But there's still, okay, so I set this up over 5 hours ago. Not sponsored or anything, these are Yetis, but they're huge, they're clunky, they fit in the cup holder. There is still ice in this cup that I filled over an hour before the stream started. So that's pretty good. But anyway, I am going to sign off. Hey, I made it almost all the way up to my like firm stop point. I can talk forever. This is the hard thing. See, I'm not leaving, am I? This is the hard thing about me filming a short sharing thoughts when I have to keep it under 3 minutes. Because I'm not used to keeping things under 3 minutes. I'm used to being able to talk and talk and talk and talk and talk. But I have set myself up for success today. I already made dinner because we're having the same thing we've had the last 2 nights. But I do need to clean up. I need to, and I guess I should chat about that for a moment. So I'm going to take that last yarn outside. You can see the other yarn I set over there. I will be washing all of the equipment that I used, wiping down this shower curtain. I take like a wet mop, I mop the floors around the kitchen, and you know, to just convert it back from a dye kitchen to an eating kitchen. But I think Indy is probably going to be really excited to come downstairs because I've been streaming forever. Ever thought of stand-up? Oh God, I would not be good. I'd get booed off that stage. Oh man. Okay. Thoughts gone. So, if you don't know, I do have chronic fatigue syndrome. So, brain fog is something I deal with on a very regular basis, but this is why I'm like, oh, I keep saying the same thing and losing my train of thought. My brain is shutting down, and that's okay. But anyway, please subscribe, turn on notifications. The Trevor Project fundraiser is going to be open through the end of July, so you can continue to donate. This way, when I eventually do a recap of all the yarn I dyed, probably as a short from this stream, I can attach the fundraiser to that as well. So that's why I leave it open that long. But yeah, thank you for tuning in and hanging out with me today. I really appreciate it. And I will, I guess, there's a video tomorrow. I typically post like full-length videos on Tuesdays and Fridays, and then shorts, I mostly will post them on other random days unless I'm doing a series or something. I'm still figuring out the right balance of short-form content because I never want to annoy anyone, but short-form content is how a lot of people find me, and so these days, and so that's important. So yeah, I'm working on all that. But anyway, thank you so much for watching. Bye.